I won!
That's a good play!
Since 1974, the Rhode Island Lottery has paid over $57 billion in prizes and contributed over $8 billion to Rhode Island's general fund. Your Rhode Island Lottery, a good play for 50 years and counting.
Yesterday, the Newport Gulls traveled up to Lynn, Massachusetts to take on the North Shore Navigators and put together one of their most dominant performances of the summer. 16 hits, a 12-0 shutout victory, and now today they are back home at Cardines Field to welcome in another Coastal Division foe in the Ocean State Waves. Welcome into Newport, Rhode Island. I'm Sam Reese, and a warm welcome to the Newport Gulls pregame show. We got plenty of great interviews coming your way. It's the Gulls and the Waves coming up later tonight, but first off, it's the pregame show. We've got plenty of more content coming up next. Welcome back into the Newport Gulls pregame show. I'm Sam Reese, now joined by one of the interns here with the Newport Gulls, Justin Markell. Justin, thanks so much for taking the time. First question I want to ask you is, the obvious. What is your role here for the Gulls this summer as an intern?
So I'm doing baseball operations and then also grounds crew. So I help out with the field, getting it ready, and then making sure all the players' needs are covered, all the waters are filled, everything like that.
And just getting more background on yourself as a person, can you talk about where you go to school, what your future aspirations are, and how you're using this internship as well to maybe help you career-wise down the road?
Yeah, so I go to Johnson Wales University. I'm a senior there, and I'm looking to kind of get a grounds crew experience out of this internship and maybe one day become head grounds crew of a professional team.
That's fantastic. And just talk about the overall experience you've had here in Newport at Cardines. Obviously a great spot to be for the summer, and sort of the relationships you've developed among the interns and just working here throughout the summer.
Yeah, no, I've loved it. This is my first summer in Rhode Island. I'm originally from California, so first time kind of being out here for the summer, and I'm really liking it. Everyone's very welcoming here, and it's amazing to watch baseball all day.
That's great. And is there a favorite moment you have so far this summer, as an intern here with the Gulls, or something you're still looking forward to down the road this summer?
I think one thing that I've enjoyed is just getting close with all the grounds crew guys and kind of helping them out, and us being able to kind of work as a team to get the field done as efficiently as possible.
Last one for you, Justin. You touched on how this is your first summer here in Rhode Island,
Yes.
Being from California. There's obviously a lot to do around Newport, so is there something you've done on the few off days you have exploring around here, and something that you had on your bucket list that you've checked off so far?
Yeah, definitely love fishing, so I've gone fishing a lot over here, going off the docks and everything, so it's been a really fun experience.
Fishing, a popular answer among
Yes.
interns and players here with the Gulls. Justin, we appreciate the time and all of your great efforts
Thank
here
you.
with the Gulls as an intern. That's Justin Markell. We'll be back with more on the Gulls pregame show, which continues after a quick break. Stay tuned.
I'm John Hawkins. Welcome back to the pregame show. We're here with Dixon Williams of ECU. As of yesterday, you're now officially the batting average leader in the whole league. Kind of take us through kind of your mindset at the plate and kind of what has gotten you to this point.
Yeah, really just sticking to my process and everything that I do pre-pitch, pre-at-bat, and then once you get in there, it's just kind of go time. But yeah, just sticking to my routines, breathing, and just trying to see the pitch well.
And is there any routine that you do before a game? Is there anything that kind of like a superstition almost that you do before a game, or is it kind of just a go with the flow type thing?
Yeah, I'd say I have a routine, but that's just stretching, stuff like that. The only thing I really do is I wear shorts under my pants. That's about it. That's the only one.
And you kind of you don't really have a certain spot in the lineup, like Nico Brini, where he's usually always in the bottom. How does that kind of affect your game at the plate? Is there anything you change depending on where you are at the lineup, or are you kind of always looking at one approach?
Yeah, no, I think anywhere in the lineup, especially with our lineup, is a chance to drive in runs. So whenever we get guys in scoring position, I want to drive them in. And if I'm leading off the inning, I definitely want to just get things going for the boys.
And last question, you're coming off a red-hot game. What's the team looking like to continue the momentum off of really what's been a red-hot offense throughout the whole season?
I think nothing has to change. Just stick to what we've been doing, keep the same approach, and take it one pitch at a time every game.
That's been Dixon Williams. We'll be right back with the Gulls pregame show in a bit.
We're back on the Newport Gulls pregame show. I'm Sam Reese, joined by Drew DeLucia now, pitcher for the Newport Gulls. Drew, it's great to be with you first and foremost. Can you take me through what the summer has been like for you, big picture for the Gulls, forming relationships with your teammates, and how it's been on the mound for you?
No, it's been awesome. This is the best summer of baseball. I haven't stopped smiling since I got here. This is like being a kid in a candy shop to me. Me and these kids coming from a Division II school, and all these kids coming from big Power 5 schools. Yeah. It's really really good experience for me to pick their brains and stuff I can pick from them and do in my routine that could help me down the line. Excuse me.
Yeah, absolutely. I like that you touched on that. You come from a very good Division II program in Franklin Pierce, but then, it's one thing to dominate at that level, obviously, but then to have the opportunity to play for the Gulls in the NECBL, one of the premier summer collegiate leagues, and pitch against some of the best hitters, around the country when it comes to collegiate baseball. How has that helped you as well as a pitcher, just pitch against that high-level competition every time you're going out there?
It's given me an edge on my competition. It's given me an edge on the mound, especially when I go back to school. I have that just under my belt. But it took me a little bit to get used to it. Since I was a kid, it's always needed a couple innings, couple appearances to really flow into it. And I think I'm starting to get back into the mix, and it's going to be a good-looking summer for me down the line, I hope.
Right. We've seen in your last few bullpen appearances, you just look more comfortable out there. You're lowering that ERA. What's been working for you over those last few outings that's maybe changed since, the start of June?
It's me and Cole Cheatham. Cole Cheatham's out of Mississippi State, now going to UAB, and he's helped me a lot with pitch selection, sequencing. And he told me last game I was getting kind of hit, and he said, you're just getting beat because of pitches, and we talked a little bit of it, and he's just helped me with that. Talking to all my coaches, just really helped me with that kind of stuff. It's been really good.
That's great. One more question for you. You're from Medway, Massachusetts, bordering town of my hometown of Franklin, not too far from Newport, Rhode Island. So did you go as a kid to a couple of Gulls games here at Cardines? How familiar are you with Newport before coming in this summer?
My sixth grade math teacher, actually, how about this? Used to talk about the Gulls all the time. He used to have a little Gulls stuffed animal and a Gulls water bottle. And I went to a couple games when I was a kid, and I was like, I want to play for the Gulls when I'm older. It's always been a dream of mine, and I got to fulfill it this summer, and it's been awesome.
That's an amazing story. Similar with me from a broadcasting perspective. It's a small world. Coming to Gulls games was always fun, and I said, it'd be cool to call games here at this ballpark
100%.
For a great team. I lied to you. I have one more question.
Yep.
What has been your favorite off-day activity? Because we know you like to have, a good time with your teammates. Yeah. So what's been your favorite off-day activity that you checked off that bucket list here in the Newport area?
Been golfing a lot. I've been golfing a lot, been with a bunch of different guys. Dixon Williams, my guy right there. We golfed. Burley, also my guy. Mello, he loves the golf. We've been just golfing, just ripping up Green Valley all the time, every chance we get, so that's been fun.
Love it. A lot of guys that love to golf on their off days. How can you not love that here in the Newport area? Drew, we really appreciate the time as always. Keep that smile on your face as always. We'll be back on the pregame show in a moment. Make sure you stick around.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the pregame show. I'm John Hawkins, out here with Nico Brini from Wofford. You were at the 2 spot in the last home game. What was that kind of like, being at the 2 spot when you're normally down there at the 9 spot?
It's nothing different. The 9 spot, I just like to treat it like the second leadoff, and 2 holes kind of the same thing. So the only difference was, instead of batting before Duncan, I was after him.
And you're obviously a fan favorite here. What's that kind of like, having the crowd behind you, and just whenever you make a defensive play, it's always loud in here?
I mean, it's nice being a returner. The crowd gets into it here, especially with the camps and all the kids that come out. So it's cool that they support everyone.
And you've been a bit on the tear. You've been really good at making contact and haven't really struck out that much. What's your kind of approach going to the plate, early in the count versus late in the account?
Early in the count, trying to get something I can try to drive, and other than that, just trying to put a ball in play and make something happen.
And last question, you guys are coming off of a very dominant win, a 12-0 game. What is that kind of mindset as you go deeper into the game, as you guys are already kind of going on in such a big lead? What's the mindset to just kind of keep that lead and make sure that they don't start chopping away at it?
It's to stay the same as you were in the first inning. Just keep everything simple and play as hard as you can.
That's been Nico Brini. We'll be back with Sam Reese to wrap up the Gulls pregame show in a bit.
The sun wasn't out when we started the pregame show, but it is now, and that means we're approaching game time here between the Gulls and the Waves. Should be a pretty nice night here in Newport. It's the Gulls and the Waves for the 5th time this season Newport's won the last 3 after Ocean State took the opener between these two teams here at Cardines Field. So we'll see if the Gulls can make it 4 in a row against their rivals right across the Pell Bridge. And another edition of the Pell Bridge series. That puts a wrap on our pregame show. You can watch the game, however, over on ESPN Plus. First pitch at 6:35 between Newport and Ocean State. I'm Sam Reese saying thanks so much for watching this pregame show.
I won!
That's a good play.
Since 1974, the Rhode Island Lottery has paid over $57 billion in prizes and contributed over $8 billion to Rhode Island's general fund. Your Rhode Island Lottery, a good play for 50 years and counting.
A warm welcome into Cardines Field in Newport, Rhode Island for another edition of the Pell Bridge series. Always a fun time when the Newport Gulls and Ocean State Waves clash here in Newport. And for the 5th time this season, I should say, these two teams square off alongside John Hawkins and Aiden Garvey. I'm Sam Reese as we welcome you into beautiful Newport, Rhode Island. And Aiden, it's no secret that it's been a bit of a slump for Ocean State, trying to finally put an end to what's been a losing streak that has gone on for a little bit.
You talk about those 9 straight losses for the Waves, and the point of emphasis is just to get the arms and the bats going at the same time. On the side of Newport, you don't want to be that team that gives them that first win in 9 games. So it's going to be a tough mental battle for both of these squads tonight.
And then on the other side for Newport, John, they're coming off one of their most dominant performances of the season against North Shore, in which they won 12-0 an early game up in Lynn. 16 hits by the offense, a dominant start from Brad Pruitt in the mound. They're hoping to carry some momentum into tonight.
Yeah, and like you said, it was a 12-0 game. Not only did the pitching did good, their offense did good as well, which is something we haven't seen that often when both are doing well. The key to this game, though, is what side of the bullpen are we getting? Are we getting a dominant bullpen like we've seen in a couple games, or are we getting a bullpen that has trouble finding the zone? That's really going to be the tell here to see what Newport does in this game.
The Waves won the first game of the Pell Bridge series about a month ago here at Cardines. The Gulls have won the last 3 meetings, trying to make it 4 in a row tonight. First pitch between Newport and Ocean State coming your way next on ESPN Plus. Don't go anywhere. We welcome you back here into Cardines Field in Newport, Rhode Island, as we're moments away from first pitch here between the Gulls and the Waves. Cheatham getting his last few warm-up pitches in. And Aiden, the last time these two teams met, this was an 11-inning game 8 days ago at Ocean State, in which Newport ultimately prevailed, an instant classic.
Yeah, it was a great one, and it kept that streak going of the road team becoming victorious throughout this series to this season. And we'll see if it continues. It was a 9-5 Ocean State win last time they were here. So maybe history continues tonight at Cardines.
Yeah, and it's always a good matchup between these two. It's usually always a close matchup, so it's going to be an exciting one here.
Definitely, and the big exclamation point of that last game, yes, it went extra innings, it went all 11 possible innings in regular season play in the NECBL, but there was a bit of chippiness. Both managers were dismissed. There were some extracurriculars after the game. So 2 teams that most definitely do not like each other. So we'll see if these hard feelings prevail a week after the initial clash.
Those games are always fun to call, though.
Oh, yeah, yes, they are.
It's good to be here and not on the field.
Definitely.
All right, we're ready for first pitch here between the Gulls and the Waves. Cole Cheatham is tonight's starting pitcher for Newport. The lefty recently committed to UAB, previously spending his time at Mississippi State, and a strike delivered to start things off to Zach Zions, the leadoff man, the third baseman for the Waves. Zions attacks the second pitch he sees, hit high in the air, a few steps back for Seymour, and he makes the catch without any issues, 1 up, 1 down to start things off.
That probably the shortest at-bat that we've seen from Zach Zions in quite a while. He's been really fouling off pitches, extending at-bats very well. Over the past week or so, we've seen his batting average come up as well, but that time just got under that second pitch and skied it up. Very, very easy out for Randy Seymour.
Ryan Cooney, the batter now for the Waves, and Cheatham delivers a first pitch ball upstairs at 92 miles an hour. Cheatham making his 5th appearance of the summer, his 3rd start. He does hope to be a starter in the rotation at UAB where he's transferring to. That's why he's been starting regularly for the Gulls over the last couple of weeks. And a respectable ERA of right around 4 in 11 innings pitched, 7 walks, 16 strikeouts.
Another part of that is we've seen kind of a different lineup from when we started the summer to now. There's been a couple of bumps and bruises for this Gulls pitching staff that still hasn't really had a set rotation yet.
3-0 now the count. So Cooney just staying patient here, not having the bite yet. You'd think he'd have the red light here with the count as it is. We'll see. And he lets it go for ball 4, a 4-pitch walk.
Not quite the single that he had in the first inning last night against the Valley Blue Sox, but still getting on base. That's really solid work from Ryan Cooney. Good eye. A lot of those pitches were really bordering the black of the zone, but does a really good job to hold off, especially early on in this game. Want to make the starting arm work and cheat him.
Logan Hughes now steps in for the Waves. A recent addition to Ocean State's roster, has played 3 games so far and lets it go down low for ball 1. Hughes batted .292 in his freshman year at Stetson, but now set to transfer as he awaits the 1-0 pitch. Check on first and the tag late as Cooney got back in time.
And Hughes has made a real immediate impact for this Waves offense, an impact that was needed with the Waves offense kind of being a bit more on the cold side as opposed to the beginning of the season. He's had a hit in all 3 games, had 2 last night. It was a single and a double for him, 1 coming in the first and 1 coming in the 9th, so getting action with the bat in opposite ends of the game.
Hughes will be heading to Texas Tech next year as Cheatham gets ready to deal the 1-1. And it lands well outside the zone. So the command not quite there consistently for Cheatham in the early going as we experience a drift of wind coming through Cardines here.
Yeah, the Newport Gulls have been really good, at least on the pitching side, at least in the terms of team stats. They lead the league in team strikeouts and even have the pitcher that leads the league in strikeouts. Originally, it was Aiden Coleman, and now it is Pruitt after last night's outing, has now taken the lead in league strikeouts. So Newport Gulls pitching rotation has been a strikeout heavy, so it's interesting to see how they haven't had much command so far in this game.
Yeah, the last 2 meetings between Ocean State and Newport, they've struck out the Waves at least 20 times. 20 and 22 to be a bit more specific there in the stats.
Cheatham trying to put up impressive strikeout numbers tonight, but none recorded yet. Full count pitch on the way. It's outside ball 4. There was going to be a steal attempt from Cooney, but it doesn't matter. He has second either way. And Ocean State, a couple of base runners early on in this game.
And it was a good take from Hughes. Saw that pitch was going to be outside. Didn't want to risk potentially knocking it over there towards second and giving them a golden opportunity for a double play. And now a mound meeting ensues here. Something that Newport hasn't had to deal with a lot this year is early adversity in games.
So, John, an opportunity to just make sure everyone's on the same page, probably talking over the situation with 2 base runners on, you'd have to imagine, and 1 out.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen this before where they've had strong defense. So if the ball's hit in the infield, might not be a question whether the double play is turned, but it's just a matter of if it gets hit in the infield.
We'll see what Donovan Cash can do at the plate for the Waves. That's a strike right down the middle at 92 from Cheatham.
If there's any man in the order you want up right now for the Waves with 2 men on and only 1 away, it is Donovan Cash, the best bat in this lineup. The only other guy that could rival him for that title was Aaron Walton, who was a pinch hitter last night, but he's missed significant time with a lower body injury.
Skips in the dirt. Minnick did well to block it behind the dish for Newport.
Cash has been residing in the top 10 of batting average in the league this season, was spending most of his time in the top 5, even was the #1 batter in the NACBL back on Sunday before his outing at Upper Valley.
And a strike called by home plate umpire Marvick Gomez, a familiar name. Gomez umpiring games here at Cardines. 1-2 the count.
And interesting to see what he goes here. Is really ahead 1-2. And his control's been a little off this game, so it's interesting to see what he goes to try and get that put-out pitch.
Cheatham looks over at Ryan Cooney at second, deals. 2 hopper to short. Seymour gets it to second, throw to first, and make it a double play. Seymour to Doyle to Ossenfort, 6-4-3. We go to the bottom of the first after this. It's no score here early on in the Pellbridge series. Welcome back into Cardines Field here on what's turned into a sunny night in Newport, Rhode Island. It was a little overcast a few hours before the game, but the sun has peeked out. Great baseball weather with the temperature sitting mid-70s, and there you see the starting pitcher tonight for the Waves, Kyler Carmack out of Ole Miss, and Carmack already appeared in a game against Newport Ayden, making his 7th appearance, but typically not a starter.
No, not a starter by trade, but he's been kind of working up in his innings pitched throughout the season, seeing more action. Was the NECBL Pitcher of the Week 2 weeks back, so definitely a guy that has some good stuff. Comes into today with a 4.84 ERA over 13 innings, and this being his 7th appearance. But the big kicker there is his K-to-walk rate, 21-8. So he's a guy that's going to attack you head on. He's not going to dance around the zone. He's going to trust his stuff and go with it.
Carmack getting his final few warm-up pitches in, a native of Cabot, Arkansas. And he will first go against the usual leadoff batter for Newport in Andrew Duncan, who has been in that spot regularly really since a few days after he arrived in Newport, as there's the throw down to second. And Andrew Duncan is ready for action. Newport's bats being seen for the first time tonight here in the bottom of the first inning.
And Duncan has struggled a little bit over the past few games, but he's a hitter that when he gets hot, he gets hot. And he started hot off the start of the season. Unfortunately, a bit of a cold spout as of now, but all it takes is one to get back going, and that's what he's going to be looking for here.
Trying to refine that swing here. It's a chopper to short. Cooney corrals it, and the throw in time to Donovan Cash. 1 pitch, 1 out. I suppose that's the ideal start for Kyler Carmack.
That's the efficiency you're really looking for from Carmack. Put it in the zone and made Duncan cut on it, but didn't give him the pitch, the golden pitch to hit, so forced a bit of rough contact. Just a chopper over the Ryan Cooney, who's going to make that play 99 times out of 100.
That brings up Nolan Stevens for the Gulls, batting as the designated hitter tonight. Brody Zako no longer with Newport. He flew home to get his shoulder checked out. So we hope everything goes well with Zako, who is one of the best hitters on this team and was in that DH spot every night. Stevens takes strike one.
Also a guy that historically had a lot of success with against Ocean State so far this season,
including a 2-home run game over at Old Mountain Field. Stevens hasn't been too shabby either. A .325 batting average heading into the day. Takes outside 1-1.
And the interesting part about this is Stevens hasn't really had a solid spot in the lineup until as of recent. You saw him in the leadoff for a few games. You saw him around 3 and 4. Now at 2, where he's seen through most of the games and seems to be where he fits best.
He awaits the 1-1 now, down near the knees. It's inside for ball 2. Stevens went 2 for 4 yesterday at North Shore. Everyone got on base in that game for the Gulls, and Stevens ended up tacking on another RBI. He's now got 19 and 3 total runs scored up in Lynn as well. 2-1 pitch, and another one that misses the zone from Carmack.
And another thing that can determine this game is the Gulls' discipline. There's been games where they've had a lot of walks, and that's won them the game. And there's been games where they haven't been able to take a lot of walks and were swinging out of the zone, and they ended up losing those games.
3-1 to Stevens, hit hard on the ground, and it pops off the glove of Cooney and out to left center field. Nolan Stevens gets on base. We'll see how that's ultimately ruled, but the first base runner of the game is on for Newport.
And this field's been known to take some weird hops. As of there was a game recently where it was kind of against the defense when we were on defense, where a ball just hopped over Nolan Stevens.
And a chance to look at the Ocean State Waves defense here, Aiden.
Yeah, you got Rob Butler behind home plate. He'll be catching those pitches from Kyler Carmack. Then you want to go into the infield, going from left to right. Zach Zions, Ryan Cooney, and Harrison Wilson separated by second base. And you got Donovan Cash over at first. Into the outfield, Logan Hughes in left, Tommy Molesky in center, and Eric Genther over in right.
It officially does go down as an error by the shortstop Cooney to get Stevens over to first. So a 2-0 count with 1 out to Tyler Hare, who had his second home run of the season yesterday at North Shore.
And he's just been on a tear since that number change.
And a funny thing to mention about that number change, as there's a throw over to first, is that yesterday Newport actually wore its practice jerseys against North Shore for that 11 a.m. game. And so Hare went back to 18 yesterday and hit a home run. But every game he's changed his number, he's hit a home run. So the day he changed to 31, he hit a home run here. He went back to 18 yesterday, hit a home run. Now he's back to 31, so is that a sign of things to come?
Was there a reason for the practice jerseys? Was it laundry day? Or?
I honestly, yeah, I think it was laundry day. I didn't get a definitive answer
It's got to come someday, right?
Yeah, it's got to come someday. It was a weird 11 a.m. start, too, or we left at 6:40 a.m. That is a 4-pitch walk to Tyler Hare, who hands his bat over to Dixon Williams. But before Williams steps up to the plate, it'll be Randy Seymour, as the Newport Gulls have 2 bases occupied. Take us through that entire Newport Gulls batting order.
Yeah, we've already seen Duncan, Stevens, and Hare. We now see Randy Seymour up at the plate now. Behind him is the red-hot Dixon Williams, who we'll get to when his at-bat comes up. Matt Austinfort is going to be in the 6 hole, and then the round out the order goes Tyler Minnick, Jack Doyle, and the fan favorite Nico Brini.
Seymour batting cleanup tonight, the role he's been embracing the last few games now, and you see that. He had the most efficient game against North Shore yesterday, 3 for 6. He had an RBI and a run scored. Didn't strike out either in that game. I mean, he was feeling it all morning long, I should say, and into the afternoon against the Navigators. That's a strike at the top of the zone, 1-1.
You're used to saying all night long, aren't you?
I am. Back to the regularly scheduled programming, you could say, tonight.
Yeah, definitely.
And we've seen this a lot with Randy Seymour. He's been putting up a lot more efficient bats in the second half of the season. Not to say that he didn't in the first, but there's really, it seems like he's getting at least a hit a game now.
Oh, yeah. Never mind 3 yesterday in an impressive performance. The 1-1, similar location, top of the zone. Seymour not so sure about it, but it's called a strike by Marvick Gomez. Crowd has filed in nicely here at Cardines Field in what's turned into a beautiful night. The 1-2 from Carmack. Hit to the right side, but foul. That ball was cranked off the bat, couldn't quite remain in play. But that's what I mean by Seymour having a confident swing at this time of the season. Over the last week, he's really been gaining some confidence.
And he really likes to work at bats, and he's really a better hitter when the more the at-bat goes on. And you like to see that out of your 4-hole.
He's climbed that batting average all the way up to 266. To your point, in June, he was hovering around 200 for the longest time. 16 RBI to his name also. He held up on the 1-2, confirmation from the first base umpire, and he says Seymour didn't go. 2-2.
Now you have a high fastball. You got him to kind of cut on. Held up at the last second, but I wouldn't be surprised if Carmack goes low and off speed here.
Hares at first, Stevens at second with 1 out. The Gulls trying to inflict some damage here early on against their rival. Off the end of the bat, it's a looping ball foul to the right side, and that's onto the street.
Well, it wasn't a low-breaking ball. It was a fastball right down the middle, so that proves as to why color commentary is not my trade of choice.
Hey, I mean, even the experts can't get it right all the time.
This is true. This is why I like you, Sam. You're very, very nice.
I try to be optimistic.
There you go.
I'm glad you think I'm a nice guy, because others, not so much.
Find me those critics, please.
2-2. Seymour, did he go? No. So it's a wild pitch. Both base runners advance. Hare to second. Stevens 90 feet from home. Seymour held up at the very last second.
Yeah, and he's been one of the best at checking his swing. He, oddly enough, does it a lot. And he's very good with his bat control, which allows him to get a lot of check swings that most guys can't get to. That one being possibly an example right there.
Even more pressure for Kyler Carmack now, with both base runners in scoring position. Full count pitch to Randy Seymour. Inside, ball 4. So a battle between Carmack and Seymour goes the way of Randy Seymour. Walked for the 7th time this summer, and the bases are loaded up for Newport.
And that'll bring out Mason Fioli, the head pitching coach for Ocean State. He's just going to try and settle down Carmack, who seems like he's kind of been derailed by that error over at shortstop. Forced a good ground ball that was easy to field in the first batter of Duncan, but then Stevens gets on, and he starts to kind of unravel a bit. Then the walk, now back-to-back walks from Carmack, who is a guy that you see there on the screen has not walked a lot of batters so far this season. So uncharacteristic first inning from Kyler.
So he's trying to settle things down. If he could get in out of this jam, that could be, you know, really a game-changing moment despite it being early, Aiden, because the last thing you want is from either side, your starting pitcher to struggle in the early stages and have to go to your bullpen early. But if Carmack can get out of this jam, all it takes, you know, is a ground ball double play. Easier said than done. But all of a sudden, you know, it's a clean slate for the second inning, and maybe he could settle in afterwards.
Well, no, you definitely want to conserve arms. You think you got a doubleheader tomorrow up at Vermont, and you got 2 games coming in 2 consecutive days after that. And especially after you burned through 5 arms last night, you want to really get a good, long, efficient start out of your guy.
And Dixon Williams is not the man you want to face in this situation. You see it right there. He officially became eligible for the league lead in batting average yesterday. He hit the threshold of the amount of plate appearances he needed to be eligible. So at 420, he has the best batting average in all of the NECBL, 20 points higher than second place Jake Coonan over in Keene.
And you want to go through, he's just pounding the ball, slugging 540, getting on base at a 563 clip, and that OPS 1103. I mean, he is absolutely thumping the baseball right now.
And he's not only doing that, he's taking the pitch on where it's going. An outside pitch, he's taking the other way, and an inside pitch, he's pulling it. So it's not like he's going it to one side. He's going all over the field while he leads the league in average.
The 2-1 to Williams. Fouled to the backstop to even up the count. Dixon Williams, despite being an underclassman this past spring as a sophomore for East Carolina, was a main feature throughout their run, ultimately into the NCAA tournament. He missed just one game all season long. Started 60 of the 62 he played in. Carmack gets the sign he wants, kicks and deals. Looped in the air to center. Molesky moving in, battling the sun, puts a squeeze on it. Tagging from third is Nolan Stevens, and the cutoff made by Carmack on the mound. The run scores for Newport, and it's RBI number 12 this summer for Dixon Williams as the Gulls strike early.
Yeah, and that was, honestly, Stevens running surprised me a little bit. As that stayed in the air a bit, it did look like that it was very shallow, but nonetheless, Stevens tested him. And there wasn't even a throw home, so at the end of the day, again, that's why I'm up here in the broadcast booth. And the Gulls have an early lead.
Well, yeah, you don't need a home run on every at-bat. So the sacrifice fly does the trick, gets you your first run of the ball game, and now you try and continue it here in the later part of this inning and the innings after that.
Matt Ossenfort is the one trying to continue the momentum Newport has early on in this ball game at Cardines. Time called as we've got, it looks like pitching coach Kevin Long and reliever Michael Kovala walking along the backstop into the Newport dugout. Now we're ready. Big swing and a miss from Ossenfort, strike one. Of course, he had that grand slam in game one of the doubleheader against Valley here in Newport just a couple of days ago. Safe to say, you know, he's a hitter as well that you don't want to mess with as a pitcher.
Yeah, no, and that you could tell was a home run right off the bat. He's a very dangerous hitter at the plate, no matter how many outs there are.
Glance over to Hare by Carmack. Same result on the second pitch, fanned on by Ossenfort, 0-2.
You go through for Ossenfort, has the 10th highest batting average on the Gulls this season, but he's still batting .237. That just shows how dominant the Gulls have been offensively this season, and that's why they're first in the Coastal and second in the entire league right now.
The Gulls second in batting average as a team, only behind Vermont, the team with the best record in the NECBL. 0-2 upstairs on Ossenfort for ball one. And Ossenfort, a very capable batter as well. He batted .376 last summer in the Cal Ripken League. He was the 2023 Cal Ripken League Hitter of the Year for the Alexandria Aces, who made it to the championship before ultimately falling to Dixon Williams, his Newport teammate of the Bethesda Big Train. And that's cut on and missed. Some off-speed filth at 84 from Kyler Carmack. So the Gulls leave a couple stranded, but they do score the opening run. 1-0 Newport through one.
We're proud to honor Senior Airman Haley Hartman, a member of the Rhode Island Air National Guard, as tonight's first inning salute. She is accompanied by Director of Game Day Operations, Eric Benson. Senior Airman Haley Hartman is a public affairs specialist at the 143rd Airlift Wing. She has served for the last 4 years, following in the footsteps of her father David and her late grandfather Robert. She is a recent graduate from the University of Rhode Island, earning a degree in both film media and journalism. It was there that she was the recipient of the Wrigley Eddy Award for her exceptional dedication and contribution to the film media department in a way that went above and beyond her work in the classroom. Senior Airman Hartman, thank you for your service and thank you for joining us tonight. At this time, we would also like to invite any other active duty service members or vets to please stand and be recognized. Girls fans, give them a hand.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is our distinct pleasure to announce a welcome home to a member of the 2008 Newport Gulls, the New England Collegiate Baseball League batting champion, Mike Hampson.
Welcome back to Cardines Field here in Newport. It's a great time to let you know that Launch Hydrate is the official sports drink of the NECBL on ESPN+. Launch Hydrate's unique formula helps athletes achieve peak performance at every critical moment, supporting improved focus, rapid hydration, and faster recovery. For orders and information, please visit launchhydrate.com. Well, typically speaking, John, it's gone well when Newport has taken an early lead. They've done that here against Ocean State, which is exactly what manager Mike Coombs, I'm sure, was hoping for after yesterday's fantastic performance on the mound.
Yeah, and I mean, it's something that it's like a 50-50, depending on where they get out first or not. And it's something that they normally do with 2 outs. They're normally a really good 2-out team, and this time they did it with 1 out. And it's going to be interesting to see if that's the same story throughout the game or if it's going to be more of that 2-out offense like we've seen.
Eric Genther is the man who faces Cole Cheatham to begin the second. Ball 1 down low to the left-handed batter out of URI.
He's been seeing the ball really well out of the arms of both righties and lefties recently. The average hasn't begun to spike up quite yet, as he's a lot of good defense he's been facing, a lot of lineouts, a lot of flyouts, but he's been making good contact. He's sniffing towards a breakout late in the season.
Batted .274 in his junior year at URI. Played in 47 total games for the Rams. Up and in, that's ball 3. And Cheatham not quite in the spot he'd prefer to begin this inning.
It's kind of a continuation from that first inning as well.
Take us quickly through that Newport defense today, John, while we have a chance.
Yeah, and we got Tyler Minnick behind the plate, Matt Austin-Fort at first, Jack Doyle at second base, Randy Seymour at short, Dixon Williams at third, and then left to right in the outfield, Nolan Stevens, Andrew Duncan, and Nico Greeny.
Genther happy to leave the bat on his shoulder for that 3-0. So now a 3-1 pitch on the way from Cheatham. Goes with the heat right back at him, and a casual snag by the glove of Cole Cheatham. A flip over to first. My goodness, John, he made that look way too casual.
Yeah, and no shot back to the pitcher is an easy thing, and there's definitely may have not been as calm as he looked. And it didn't even really look like he moved that much. It looked like he just sucked the glove, and it just went right into it.
Just leave the glove by your side, and the ball will find it. That's what happened right there for Cole Cheatham, who now faces Harrison Wilson. Ball 1 inside to the right-handed batter out of Winthrop.
Wilson playing second base tonight, something that we haven't seen him do so far. We've seen him at shortstop. We've seen him at third base. We've even seen him on the mound, but we'll see how he fares on the right side of the infield. Hasn't had any action quite yet, but definitely could change later on in this game.
Here comes the 1-0 pitch, breaking ball, just outside the zone for ball 2.
And it's something that can bite you in the later games if you're working around.
Here's a 2-hopper to short. Randy Seymour is there. Tough throw to make, but on the hop, Austin-Fort remains on the bag, and there's the out signal. 2 up, 2 down.
Yeah, and it's been an interesting 2 outs. We've had some good defensive play so far, which is what the Gulls has been able to do throughout this whole year. We saw it with Cheatham on the mound, and we see a good defensive play by Austin-Fort to play the bounce and not try and be aggressive with it. And just like that, we got 2 down.
Now Rob Butler at the plate, the Waves catcher tonight. Takes ball one down low. Butler batting .207 coming into the day. He is a second-year Wave, played 23 games for Ocean State last year. The 1-0 from Cheatham brings the heat, whiffed on by Butler to even the count.
He's been making a lot better contact in the past few games, though. Had a single yesterday. 2 days before, up at Upper Valley, had 2 singles and had 2 flyouts to center. Both of those flyouts, a combined 7 feet from being 2 solo blasts.
Jeez.
Sometimes the luck goes your way, and sometimes so close, but not quite.
Yeah. That's the game of baseball. It's called the game of inches for a reason. And this time it's the game of feet.
2-1 pitch. A blooper foul ground right side, and that one lands in the crowd. A souvenir for a lucky fan, as we see there. All even to Rob Butler. We're at the bottom of the order for the Waves. After him, it'll be tonight's DH, Zach Plashert. 2-2 delivery. Line to right center, and it's down for a base hit. Breeny has to chase it towards the ivy at the fence. Rounding first and sliding in the second for the double is Rob Butler. Ocean State's first hit of the game comes from the number 7 hitter.
That's just the second extra base hit for Rob Butler on the season. The other one was a home run.
That's right, his 7th hit in his 12th game of the summer. Maybe it hasn't been, the summer he wanted from an offensive perspective so far, but that's got to be a big boost to his confidence, recording that double for the Waves, and Zach Plashert trying to follow that up with some efficient work in that left-handed batter's box in an attempt to extend the second inning here. First pitch swinging goes Plashert, and that's to the gap in left center. Butler waved around third. Duncan scoops it up, throws to second, and out at second is the runner in Zach Plashert. So a nice play into second there on the throw from Andrew Duncan. As we've played 1.5, the Waves do cross a run with Rob Butler coming home. We'll be back in a moment here on ESPN Plus. Stay tuned. Yes, much better. Gotcha. We roll on to the bottom of the second here at Cardines Field. Alongside John Hawkins and Aiden Garvey, I'm Sam Reese. You see right there, both teams trading jabs in the early going, a 1-1 scoreline. Aiden, you got to think from the Waves' perspective, a good response, to put up a run after Newport struck early.
Absolutely, almost 2 doubles there. It was Plashert who took the gamble, thought that throw might go home to try and get Butler at the plate, but instead it goes to the base 180 feet from home, and as a result, it's the end of the inning, but a good job by 2 guys that have been heating up. Didn't have the best offensive starts to the season in Butler and Plashert, but have been really seeing the ball better, taking better at-bats, and making better swings.
And speaking of taking better swings, that's what Tyler Minnick did. in his last appearance, which came against Ocean State at Old Mountain Field inside ball one. Actually, a couple of appearances ago, I should say. He did play in the doubleheader against Valley 2 days ago. But in that game at Ocean State 8 days ago, he went 4 for 4, taken in the dirt. That's ball two. It was really an unbelievable performance. Minnick's batting average leapt up from 111 to 226 just after that one game.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I believe he, with those 4 hits, came into that game with 3 on the season.
Correct.
So had more hits in that game than he had the entire previous stretch of 2024.
That's right. And he has 7 hits now in total. 2 of them are home runs. One of them came in that game, the other on the road at Martha's Vineyard, but he's looking for his first long ball here at Cardines. A favorable 3-0 count to work with, and that one almost drills him in the head as he chucks his bat, and Minnick jogs his way over to first.
Yeah, and there wasn't really ever a pitch that he could use how hot he's been swinging. Two pitches that almost hit him, and fitting enough, it was the first one and the last one.
Now it's Jack Doyle at the plate, who didn't play in yesterday's game against the North Shore Navigators. So arrested Doyle. This is 16th game of the summer as a strike is delivered on the inside corner. 1-1 all level between the Waves and the Gulls here in the 5th edition of the Pell Bridge Series this summer. The 0-1 offering. Off speed, Doyle sends a looper to shallow left center, and backing up to make the catch is Cooney for out number 1.
It seemed like Cooney kept thinking it was going to fall, and then maybe the wind up there just kept it up a bit longer. He backpedaled, and finally made the grab in the outfield.
There's always the factor of the harbor being right across the street, so the water not too far away. Sometimes we have some, interesting patterns of wind that can make it a bit tricky for those in the field.
Yeah, and that looked like it was going toward no man's land.
It certainly did.
It was just good coverage by the shortstop to get there. But I think really anyone would have been able to get to that just because of how high that stayed up. Seemed like it went off the end of the bat of Doyle.
Tyler Minnick, the runner at first. Nico Brini, the number 9 hitter, known as the second leadoff man for the Skulls team, at the plate. And that's a heater way upstairs at 91 from Carmack.
He's definitely found comfortable in this 9 spot. And like you said, the second leadoff hitter, as everyone likes to refer to him as. And oddly enough, during the second game of that doubleheader, he's in the 2 spot, which is something that took a lot of people off guard. But he still viewed it the same as I talked to him earlier.
Another fastball down low from Carmack, and now Brini back into his traditional 9 spot where he finds so much success. He was also batting 9th, as is usual yesterday at North Shore. Just that one game where he was changed up a little bit.
Yeah, it definitely threw us off guard a little bit.
Oh, yeah. And that's a 4-pitch walk from Carmack. So both walks this inning have been in 4 pitches from Kyler Carmack, I should say. So 2 runners on for Newport, and we flip the lineup card back to the top of the order.
And this is where they were in this. This is the same exact spot they were in that bottom half of the first. They had first and second and 1 down, and then eventually scored a run after it being bases loaded. So it's going to be interesting to see how Duncan's approach is here, especially after 2 4-pitch walks.
We started off that first at-bat swinging on the first pitch and grounding out, so I wouldn't be surprised if he keeps the bat on the shoulder here.
And that's exactly what he does, but it is a strike from Carmack right on the inside black. Talk about really nice baseball weather. That's what we have tonight on a picture-perfect evening in Newport.
Unless you're wearing a 2-piece suit, and then it gets a bit warmer.
Well, once the sun sets, we'll get more comfortable, Aiden.
I'm loathing for that time.
Hey, I'm glad we went matching tonight.
We
with
both
the gray
have the
suits.
gray on.
Yeah.
Mine's a bit of a lighter shade than yours, but I like the
true.
pattern. It's discreet, but I like it.
I do like yours as well.
It's like both have checkered, but yours is a bit more discreet. Mine's a bit more out there.
Yeah, mini checkers.
They
on
both
mine.
work. They both work out.
There you go. You
There
see
we
our
go.
suits here in the booth.
There we go.
I like Aiden's look. You're looking sharp as well.
There-
John.
I like the blue
I
because you
do-
have a bit
I
of
do
checker
ruin the
in there
vibe
as
with the
well.
blue,
Yeah,
There
that's
you
right.
go.
Checkered mates tonight. Meanwhile, on the field, it's a 1-1 count to Andrew Duncan. And time called by Duncan as Carmack was shaking off several signs from his catcher, Rob Butler. The third pitch to Duncan, down in the dirt. The goal struck first in the opening inning on a sac fly from Dixon Williams, which drove in Nolan Stevens for the opening run, but Ocean State responded in the away half of the second inning with a run of their own. Couple of glances to second, and now the pitch up near the hands of Duncan for another ball.
And if you're Duncan, it's a different approach here. First approach and his first at bat, oddly, funny enough, in the last inning, first pitch swinging, just trying to get a swing back. This approach, knowing that there's already 2 walks, and being patient and waiting for his pitch, and he's especially going to wait for that here. Now up 3-1, excuse me.
Certainly a hitter's count. We've seen that several times this inning, and there's ball 4. Similar location to the last pitch. And the command issues have been evident for Carmack in the early stages. All 3 base runners on for the Gulls, Aiden, have reached via the walk.
Yeah. And then I'll have Mason Fioli coming back out. They had a meeting back in the first, and it was followed up by a sacrifice fly RBI with the bases loaded. So we'll see if there's possibly a repeat of history. Nolan Stevens did put the ball in play back in the first, but it was reached by an error.
Yes, an error by Cooney, the shortstop, was what allowed Stevens to reach, who eventually came around and scored Newport's first and only run thus far in the early stages of this game. And we'll see what tonight's DH can do with the bases loaded. You see there, Stevens, a 2-for-3 morning/afternoon yesterday in North Shore, including an RBI and 3 runs. His RBI was number 19 on the summer. Looking for 20 and maybe 21 here. You never know. Down and away, it's ball 1 to the left-handed batter out of Mississippi State.
And I think that first pitch being a ball changes his approach a little bit here. Nolan Stevens, not a guy that's afraid to swing early in the count, but with the command being a little bit wild, that might change his approach to be a little bit more patient and wait for specifically his pitch.
The 1-0 offering right over the plate, and there's a strike called by Marvitt Gomez.
I think that patience also comes due to this scenario. You only have 1 out. Bases are loaded. If you swing on the wrong pitch, you can ground to a double play and erase 3 potential runs here in this ball game that's currently tied. So got to be cautious about what you're swinging at here.
1-1 on the way. He went after that one to no avail, and Carmack is 1 strike away from a crucial second out here in the second inning.
Yeah, to go off of your point, he also knows that a walk scores a run here. Now probably not thinking that down 1 and 2. Now probably just thinking to put something in play into the outfield.
After shaking off a few signs, Carmack ready to deliver, and there's strike 3. A swing and a miss on an 83-mile-an-hour pitch that had some dip at the last second, and a massive strikeout, the second of the game for Kyler Carmack, out number 2.
And I don't think he saw a single fastball besides that first pitch. I think that was 3 straight changeups.
After a filthy 2-pitch changeup that got Stevens swinging, he faces Tyler Hare, who had a second home run of the season yesterday. That was a 2-run shot over the right field fence up at Frazier Field in Lynn. Duncan is at first, Breeny the runner on second, and over at third, Tyler Minnick. 2 outs. 0-1 pitch. Down by the feet for a ball.
Recently, this is what the Gulls have been good at, is 2-out hitting with runners in scoring position. We ironically saw that from Ocean State in the top half of the second where they scored their run on a 2-out single. And could be the same here for the Gulls, but now with bases loaded instead of just a runner on second.
Another ball from Carmack to make the count 2-1. You see there, a sunny night is what this has turned into in Newport. Shade covering part of the left side of that infield, and the trees also playing into some shady areas in the deep parts of the outfield. But sun covering the rest. That one skips in the dirt, and a good block by Butler, who had to rip off the mask and make sure that didn't escape him.
Yeah, and the sunny weather was not featured much in this Newport area today. I mean, you talk about coming over on the bus, it was overcast. You couldn't even see across the bay coming over here. It was allegedly raining here this morning, I heard, as well. So,
yeah, it's we've seen some strange weather in this area. The last home game, or home games Monday in that doubleheader was a prime example of that. Strike on the inside corner makes it a full count. In that doubleheader against Valley, it was scorching hot. The sun was beaming down for game 1. And then in game 2, it was still sunny at the start, and then all of a sudden got a little cooler as the sun set, and fog completely took over here at Cardines. Oh, and we've got a triple run here, obviously, with a 3-2 count, but it was an early leave, and the catch is made. Wow, Cooney comes down with it. That was a real early leave from second by Nico Breeny before Carmack was even in the motion to pitch, but in the end, it all works out for the Waves, and the Gulls can't capitalize with the bases loaded. You take a look here, a near collision between Cooney and Zions, but Cooney's got it, and we're tied heading into the second after a break.
Already, Gulls fans count down 3, 2, 1, go! That was a hot start. Boy, catch it up, though. Let's hear it for a contest stage party. Battlefield 3, 2, 1. Let's see if Drew's motivational coaching work. I mean, I think it did. I think we got a winner. That is a winner! You go home with us, so get started. But you both get to keep the donut. We might have to have Drew MC.
We roll on to inning number 3, and there you see outside of Cardines Field some cars whizzing by right across the street. Not too busy right now. There you see a trolley. There's always quite a bit of movement outside of Cardines Field along America's Cup Ave, and then you see beyond that is the harbor with a bunch of boats. Always scenic around here. Cardines Field really in the heart of Newport, John.
Yeah, and just last game, during the doubleheaders, during one of the games, I believe a car got hit, and I think a windshield got smashed. So
yeah, we know that all too well at Old Mountain Field as well. Parking lot right on that third base line. We've had a few windshields get shattered.
Yeah, and it doesn't help that it's a busy street, so cars better be careful.
And there you see inside Cardines Field, the box score so far. 1 run for Newport in the first. Ocean State answered back with a run of their own in the second, and that's where things stand. 1-1, top of the third inning. Cole Cheatham set to face off against the number 9 hitter in the lineup, Tommy Mollusky, the last batter Cheatham has yet to face. And it's a first pitch ball for a 1-0 count. Tommy Molesky from the state of Washington, plays his college ball at Oregon, spent last summer in the West Coast League. So I have to imagine it's his first time venturing over to this part of the country. I could be wrong, but there's a strike to make it 1-1.
You know, Sam, I don't know if he has. I will ask him that, and I will get back to you a week from today.
I appreciate that.
There you go.
I'm always intrigued as to, whether it's the first time in the, Northeast or, New England for a lot of these players. That's the case with several players on Newport coming here to Newport, from a variety of places, whether that be California, Texas, Alabama, and play college ball down south as well. So this is a new region of the country for them. Shot right back up towards Cheatham. Backhanded effort by Doyle, and the spin around throw not in time. Tommy Molesky safe. He just beat the throw out. Some boos raining down from the crowd here at Cardines. They don't quite agree.
I agree with it. I thought he beat it out. We'll see right there. He's charging over towards first, and I think it's a bang-bang play, and a tie goes to the runner.
Yeah, that replay doesn't really do it justice.
No.
I mean, even if we had replay for the umps, I don't think that would have changed anything.
So the leadoff man and Tommy Molesky is on base, and now we go back to the top of the order with Zach Zions at the plate.
Now Mike Coombs isn't happy about the call.
And a great moment to remind everyone what happened the last time these two teams played, an 11-inning win for Newport, where both managers were tossed in that game. We saw Matthew Rienzi thrown out in the second inning, if I remember correctly.
I believe that is correct.
And then Mike Coombs later on in the game
was the sixth inning.
Shown the door.
Yeah.
Was it the sixth? I thought it was the ninth.
I think it was earlier than that.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
We saw here that.
It might have been. I have bad memory, clearly, so.
Well, I think it's in the range of 6 to 8.
Okay.
We saw here that Austin Fort was talking to Coombs, and I would be interested to hear what they were talking about. Obviously, that's probably something we're not going to find out, but interesting to see what they talked about.
You would assume it's going to be a bit of a private conversation there. Yeah. Probably not able to air some of the words from Mike Coombs at the moment.
And it's a long conversation taking place as well. He's still giving a bit of a mouthful to tonight's first base umpire as he eventually will make his way back to the Newport dugout. But things tend to get tense when these two teams square off, and that was on full display, to say the least, in that meeting at Old Mountain Field 8 days ago. We take another look at the replay again, a kind of a bang-bang type of play that seemingly could have gone either way.
Yeah, it's just, again, the tie does go to the runner. So, in any instance, it would have been awarded to Molesky. Obviously, instant replay, not a thing quite yet in the NECBL. Can't rule it out for the future, but.
That's true. First pitch strike to Zach Zions. Play back underway after a brief protest from Gulls manager Mike Coombs.
This time he stays in as manager so far.
Yes. The 0-1 down and outside to even up the count.
I mean, I think if the roles were reversed, you're seeing the same thing from Ocean State's manager. I think it's just kind of a rough play to kind of take either way.
I mean, especially when you're in a 1-1 tie early on in the game. Both teams have stranded runners. So it's been a frustrating game offensively, and you're trying to get any advantage you can, especially in a series like this, like the Pellbridge series, that bragging rights are on the line, along with Coastal Division standings as well. So
2-1 to Zions. That finds the zone and evens up the count. Ryan Cooney on deck for Ocean State. Nobody out. The runner at first, Tommy Molesky, after what one could say was a controversial single here inside the confines of Cardines Field. And a pickoff attempt. Back in time, Molesky.
Nonetheless, it's still a good defensive play to make it a close play. I mean, that seems like there's a lot of second basemen that aren't going to make that play, and that's going to be a single up the middle instead of an infield single.
Also credit to Molesky as he goes towards second.
Swing and a miss, throw to second, and it's offline. Seymour was forced to come beyond second base. The shortstop stretching out to make sure that ball didn't get by, and Molesky wasn't afforded an extra base beyond the second he stole.
The 7th stolen bag of the season for Molesky. But going back to that initial single, I mean, give him credit. When you come over the top of a ball and you lay a ground ball in the infield, it can be kind of demoralizing for a batter. And sometimes you don't see him jumping out of the gates like that and rushing towards first base, trying to beat it out. There he does, and he does get rewarded for it.
And here's Zach Zions, or rather Ryan Cooney after Zion struck out. Cooney, a teammate of Molesky's at Oregon. And Cooney, another native of the Northwest from Portland, Oregon. 0-1 the count to the right-handed batter. And good contact here. It's over the glove of Jack Doyle, corralled by Breeny in right field, a runner held at third. So no advancement to home for Tommy Molesky, but it is a big single for Ryan Cooney to extend the inning.
And that's the solid contact that the Waves have kind of been searching for. You'll see them at times over the past stretch of games in which they've been on a 9-game losing streak. They'll get a base knock, and then it'll kind of expire. They're not able to generate multiple hits inside of an inning, which is why they have been producing the little amounts of runs that they have been over this past stretch.
Runners on the corners for the Waves, and a chance to cash in for Logan Hughes. Lays off for ball one by Cole Cheatham here in a 1-1 game, top of the third inning on ESPN+.
And we've already seen Newport turn a double play, and they do turn it pretty quickly, so double play very much a factor to end this inning, and that's something that Newport could definitely use right now to keep this game level and possibly generate some momentum for the offense.
That would be the ideal scenario, I should say, for the Gulls, considering the situation.
And they call a balk.
It's a balk.
They do. They call a balk. So Cole Cheatham, ruled to have been in the motion of winding up. He's protesting, and that drives in a run. More boos rain down here from Cardines Field. A little unorthodox to get your second run if you're Ocean State, but you'll take it.
I mean, I know
here comes
by
again.
any means I'm not exactly the most unbiased person being with the Ocean State Waves organization, but Cheatham clearly there lifts his front foot, steps towards the mound, and then peeks over and pivots over towards first. I mean, that is right there the textbook balk that they teach you when you're learning to be an umpire.
You see Coombs out here to protest again.
For the second time this inning, Mike Coombs not too pleased with a decision made. And
same umpire, I believe. I think it was the first base umpire that called it.
Correct.
It is.
And Ocean State takes the lead in a weird way, but again, they'll take it. And Coombs is done talking with that first base umpire who's over at second because of where the base runners now are. Or the base runner, I should say, in Ryan Cooney after Molesky came home on the balk. So Cooney in the scoring position as a result of that balk. It's Ocean State with its first lead. And a pitch ripped foul by Logan Hughes.
Actually ended up ricocheting off a pole and ending up on the fly in the glove of Dixon Williams over at third.
Again, the weirdness of Cardines Field sometimes. We've seen more than a couple actually, a good amount of foul balls throughout the summer ricochet off of whether it's the pole or the netting and somehow land back into the field of play when you wouldn't expect it to.
You also have that building over there on the right that borders the field of play as well.
Oh yeah, the warehouse serving as the foul line. Taking off is Cooney, throw hit the runner in Ryan Cooney. He's safe at third, and that ball thrown by Minnick drilled Cooney, I believe, in the stomach area. He was in pain for a little bit, Aiden, but he pops back up and appears to be just fine.
One of those unfortunate plays in which he got a really good jump and forced a rush throw from Minnick, and as a result, it's not fielded cleanly by Dixon Williams and ends up hitting him around the belt. Luckily, he pops up and he's all right.
I believe the throw beat him too, but like you said, a rush throw, the throw has to be perfect in order for an out to be put in play. And the Gulls are kind of lucky that it hit him, because if that got by and into the outfield, that's another run.
That's right. Full count now to Logan Hughes, the left-handed batter who's transferring to Texas Tech, a recent addition to this Waves team. Payoff pitch, fouled off. Hughes finds a way to stay alive with Cooney 90 feet from home for the Waves.
And it seems like every game where our camera behind the plate almost gets hit.
Oh, yeah. Been a lot of close calls.
We've already had our center field camera get hit during BP.
What are the odds of that? 3-2 again. Swing and a miss. Off speed at 80 miles an hour. Up in the zone. Cheatham with a much-needed strikeout for out number 2.
And much needed is the key word there. It's been an inning that hasn't really gone their way in arguably 2 controversial ways. And if the Gulls are just able to allow 1 run to be in, it's definitely the best situation here.
Cheatham now faces Donovan Cash, who is attempting to cash in a run here.
Well done.
Thank you.
Not bad.
It was there for the taking.
Smooth. It was
Yeah,
smooth.
yeah.
We'll give credit where credit's due.
How long have you had that one in the back of your mind?
You know, when I saw the runner at third, I said, this is a good opportunity to bring it out. The 1-0 misses outside the zone. 2 balls and no strikes. Cheatham trying to put an end to the inning here after allowing a run on a balk.
You could say you cashed in on the cash reference there, or pun.
Yeah, God.
There you go.
Yeah.
"90 feet from home is Ryan Cooney. Ocean State hoping it's more than a run here in the 3rd inning. 2-0 from Cash. He held up, and it's taken inside. 3-0. Cheatham desperately trying to find the zone here.
And he does have a base open, so it's not the end of the world. But the control's not really been there.
And right on cue, that's a 4-pitch walk from Cheatham, which puts Cash on first. Runners on the corners. Eric Genther ready to step into the batter's box.
I was just going to mention, it's interesting to see that there hasn't been a mound visit yet, but speak of the devil, here's the pitching coach, Kevin Long, now out for a mound visit. And I think this is a well-timed mound visit, as there's 2 outs, and it's been a run that's controversial, as we've mentioned. Gulls maybe feel that it's not, they couldn't really control the run scoring, but after walking a batter, I think a good mound visit here. And it's been kind of the tale of 2 pitchers that haven't had the best control lately, as we see some pitchers kind of moving around on both sides. Nothing getting warm yet.
Well, the last time they had a mound visit out there for Newport was back in the 1st inning after 2 consecutive walks, and it ended up being a inning-ending double play following that. So they're hoping that that sticks here still in the 3rd.
Don't need 2 outs, just need 1 this time, but
Can Genther extend the inning? That's the question. A free base to pick up for Donovan Cash. He steals second. Minnick not wanting to risk a throw down with a runner in Ryan Cooney lurking at 3rd.
that was called a ball.
So 1-0 the count. Cheatham trying to finally find the strike zone. And he has to wait for that to happen. Outside ball 2 to Eric Genther, who grounded out to begin the last inning. It's turning into quite a long top of the 3rd. Cheatham already gearing up for his 55th pitch of the night. That pitch count certainly something to keep an eye out for. Off speed and a foul ball to the left side by Genther.
That's something we haven't seen a lot from the Gulls starting rotation, is them getting a high pitch count early. We've seen that a lot of their pitchers have gone deep, at least 6, in a lot of the games. Don't know if that's going to be the case here.
You have to imagine that's what manager Mike Coombs is hoping for. It obviously helped out the bullpen greatly that Brad Pruitt, yesterday's starter, went 7 scoreless innings, and they only needed to use 1 bullpen arm in Adam Walker. Check swing, and they confirm he didn't go on a pitch down low to Genther. Three and 1 the count with 2 outs. Runners on second and third for the Waves. Swing and hit to the right side. Doyle's there, and a routine throw to first. The Waves leave a couple runners stranded, but they do score in a little bit of an unordinary way on a balk. It's Ocean State with the 2-1 lead. We're back in a moment.
In the Eisenberg School of Management, we really value experiential learning. By the end of their time here, the students have a portfolio that they can go out with and say, here's what I've done. Here's the clients that I've already worked for.
Our alumni are in constant engagement with our program, providing career guidance, insights. So all of our students are able to take advantage of an unparalleled alumni network before and after they graduate.
Your involvement with the school doesn't end when you graduate. We have a lot of UMass Amherst alums at Gillette Stadium. We know the type of employee we're going to get when we hire someone who's graduated from this program.
On to the bottom of the third, and a great time to tell you that Netting Professionals is the official netting partner of the New England League. Their netting and wall padding products have been featured in Major League Baseball venues such as Citi Field and Truist Park and many other collegiate facilities throughout the country, including the universities of Florida, North Carolina, Binghamton, Texas, and many more. From design to fabrication to installation, Netting Pros is improving programs one facility at a time. It does appear, Aiden, as though we have a new catcher, and that is Thomas McAndrews replacing Rob Butler behind the dish.
It'll be Thomas McAndrews coming in. The Waves used to employ kind of a halfway mark catching change when they had 4 catchers. Now there's just 3 on the roster after Aaron Posey went home. So over the past week or so, we haven't seen that midway switch, so I'm not quite sure the reason why for the substitution. I do know that Rob's butler, Billy Butler, is in the house tonight, so maybe he wanted to spend some time with the family. Not quite sure, but
there you go. So that's an early defensive change from the Waves. Randy Seymour, the batter, facing an 0-2 count. And he fans on the off-speed delivery. In at 80 miles an hour, there's a strikeout for Kyler Carmack, K number 3 for the right-handed pitcher.
And he's hoping for a better start to this third inning. He walked 3 batters in the second, walked 2 in the first. Only allowed a run to come across, though, in that first, as the Gulls left the bases stranded in the second frame. So looking to get on a better start here in the third frame, as we said previously, so pivotal for the starting arm to get some length here at Cardinals. Got the doubleheader tomorrow up at Vermont, and then 2 games with 2 consecutive days after.
1-1 to Dixon Williams, the best batting average in the league at .420. You mentioned that Newport had the bases loaded last inning, a great chance to capitalize. They couldn't do so. Down by the feet of Williams, it's ball 2.
And the good thing with the sac fly, your average doesn't change. It doesn't necessarily count as an at-bat, so it's still 420 average.
And another close pitch, that one closer than most, but it's a ball called by Marvick Gomez, 3-1 to Dixon Williams. And a foul ball ripped off by Williams to make it a full count. Looked like that was snagged by Jake Burley over near the Newport dugout. Always got to be alert over there.
Yeah, to say the least. Seen a lot of interesting and pretty good catches from that dugout area that we see a lot of the goals in this shot.
Full count pitch from Carmack down by the feet of Williams. It's ball 4. He's on base for the Gulls with 1 out. Matt Austinfort ready to step in for Newport.
And Dixon Williams still yet to record an at-bat, technically.
Austinfort, the recent commit to NC State, has hit his first 2 home runs of the summer since announcing that commitment. First pitch swinging, and that nearly drilled hitting coach Ted Regan, who points into fair territory saying, hit that over there.
Hey, heads up reflexes over there, though.
Oh, yeah.
He leaned back.
He did.
Some agility over there as well.
Head on a swivel. Gotta love Ted Regan. Always a fun personality to be around.
He's still got it.
Oh, yeah. And Austinfort chops this one foul to the right side this time towards the Newport dugout. Everyone has to take cover right now.
Nowhere is safe.
Austinfort actually credited Teddy Regan, the hitting coach of Newport, when I asked him the other day after he hit a grand slam against Valley about what's clicking for him at the plate. And he said Ted Regan has really helped him with his approach as he takes one upstairs. Williams taking off, and he slides in safe. The ball deflected perhaps off his leg, and it had to be backed up by Wilson, who made sure that didn't get out to left field, or else Williams could have had another base.
And that's a big part of Williams' game that we haven't even mentioned. He's most famously probably stole home to win the game versus Wichita State in the AAC tourney semifinals, so you always know that.
Austinfort swings at one. Couple of awkward bounces, but Wilson's there. Throws to first in time. It does advance Williams 90 feet. He's now at third. Dixon Williams now with 12 stolen bases on the season. Surprisingly, he only had 5 all spring for East Carolina,
really?
which stuns me. And one of them was that steal to home, which is a little bit crazy.
That is insane, yeah. Especially with the amount of speed and the aggressiveness. He's stolen third a lot this season. He's not afraid to steal bags.
Upstairs, that almost struck Tyler Minnick, who had to duck out of the way. He was walked first time up to lead off the second.
Had to duck out of the way a couple times in that first at bat, too.
1-0 by the hands of Minnick. 2 balls, no strikes with 2 outs.
And his approach here is going to be aggressive. He knows that a walk isn't going to do much with 2 outs and only a runner on third. He's going to be looking to drive something.
That one up near the helmet of Minnick. Williams sprinting home. He doesn't even have to dive. No throw from McAndrews, and the Gulls have tied it up here in the third inning. 2-2 the score.
And of course, as I say that, maybe now his approach is to get on base as needed as possible. And, I mean, he's already got the RBI credited off of that. And he is in a very hitters-friendly count here.
So a 2-out run scored by Newport on that wild pitch, and it's a 4-pitch walk to Tyler Minnick. He's been walked in both plate appearances so far.
And I don't believe he's seen a strike in either appearance.
I think you're right about that. That brings up Jack Doyle. It's only fitting that this game has started out in a way, Aiden, where both teams have gone back and forth. 2-2 in the early stages.
Yes.
Feels familiar, sort of, how, these teams have matched up in the past. Of course, Ocean State had to come back multiple times against Newport in that 11-inning game where it was 3-0 Newport until the 8th when a 3-run home run tied things up. Ball 1 to Doyle.
Yeah. It's always interesting when these two teams play. There seems to always be some drama, some unconventional appearance of baseball that you don't usually see. Something always rears its head that it kind of shocks you.
Well, we've already seen that with the balk and it was just the top half of the inning, right? I believe so, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we've already kind of seen that type of play here already, and it's only been 3 innings.
The last 2 runs have been scored on a balk and a wild pitch.
Not what you see every day. There's a strike to Doyle to even up the count at 1-1. This crowd's certainly engaged.
I feel like the only thing you need is the elusive RBI hit by pitch to complete the trifecta there.
Well, we've seen a hit by pitch off of a firework already this year.
What?
That is true.
Yeah.
Please elaborate, because I was not filled in with these details.
I believe it was Tyler Hare,
Yes,
correct?
it was Tyler Hare.
And he was facing a lefty, and a firework went off just above the kind of first base side bleachers just as he was about to throw it, and he got hit by a pitch, I believe, right above his elbow.
See, I heard bits and pieces. I heard hit by a firework, and I was like, oh, okay.
Oh, and right on cue, it's a hit by pitch. Doyle gets drilled on the left arm, and we certainly spoke that into existence. 2 runners on for Newport with 2 outs. Talk about perfect timing.
Some things kind of write themselves, don't they?
Yeah. And funny enough, in the game with the 4th of July game, there's a lot of hit by pitches, and we spoke it into play a lot.
Yeah.
Not saying that I'm hoping it ends up happening in this game as well, but just comedic timing there.
Let's save ourselves some black and blues for the players tomorrow, shall we?
Oh.
A visit at the plate, at the mound, I should say. McAndrews coming off the plate to have a word with his pitcher, Kyler Carmack. It's Nico Brini ready to step into the batter's box, the type of batter that seems to always deliver in moments like this, as we see an arm getting loose at the moment for the Waves.
Yeah, definitely, and we'll see who that ends up being. Can't quite see a number at the moment. It looks like it's going to be Nick Conti potentially coming in next, and it will be right now.
There you go. So just like that, a call to the bullpen made. Nick Conti is coming in to replace the starter Kyler Carmack here in the 3rd inning, as we will step aside for a quick break. And nope, well, rather, I lied there. I lied here on the air. Nick Conti's coming, and we're going to tell you more about Conti right now. We don't need a break to do that. Aiden, this is a pitcher who has faced off against Newport before, and he is already making his 6th appearance so far this summer.
Yeah, Nick Conti, there's a few ways to phrase it, but we'll go with the more simplistic approach. He's very good at throwing a baseball. No earned runs over 9 innings pitched, coming over 5 appearances with, and this is not a verbal typo, 20 strikeouts to 1 walk. He's good, and you want to go back a few weeks through the hardest pitch in the NECBL, 97.6 miles an hour. Whew. That's pretty hard to catch up with.
Pretty hard to catch up with. So as we welcome you into the booth here, while it's not the greatest that you're going into your bullpen this early, this is the guy you want to throw out there. I mean, the stats that you just brought up, off the charts without a single earned run allowed, and that walk to strikeout ratio is really what leaps off the page.
And you go back to when he first came in, he threw the 8th and 9th inning of a game at home. 6 batters up, 6 batters down, 6 strikeouts. It's pretty good.
There you go. This will be his 3rd appearance this summer against the Gulls alongside John Hawkins and Aiden Garvey. I'm Sam Reese. We're glad to have you here on this Wednesday night. I lose track of the days sometimes throughout the course of the summer. It is a midweek battle here in the Pellbridge Series between the Gulls and the Waves, as Conti is done after 2 2/3 innings of work. Conti just finished up his senior year at Duke, but he'll be playing a grad year at Bryant, so going more local. He's a native of North Providence, Rhode Island.
Yeah, definitely wanting to come back home for that graduate year, just not be as far away from the family, and we'll see how he does here. I mean, he's played a lot at home this year, being the NECBL season. The first 4 appearances for him came at Old Mountain Field. That 5th one, the only time, this is just the 2nd time he's gone on the team bus.
Wow.
The only other time he's pitched at an away ballpark was at Martha's Vineyard last week.
So is that a thing for Ocean State, where the pitchers who know they're not going to play don't travel with the team?
It's optional. If they want to come, then they certainly can come and watch the game. But if they feel like they want to stay home and just rehab, rest the arm, and take care of their bodies, that's certainly an option for them as well.
I did not know that.
Plus, it leaves more space on the bus, so you don't have to double seat anybody.
Yes, it's usually a crammed Gulls bus. I will say that, with the entire roster typically being required to attend each game. We're back underway here in the bottom of the 3rd, and the first pitch thrown down by the feet of Nico Brini, who was walked in his first plate appearance last inning. Again, the runners are at first and second. Doyle is at first. Minnick, the man occupying second for Newport.
And this is the batter that the Gulls want when facing a new pitcher. Nico Brini, one of the best guys at making contact on this team.
And there is some solid contact out to left center. Molesky shifting over. Hughes near it too, but Molesky is the one who makes the catch. And once again, Newport leaves a couple of runners stranded, but they do score 1 in the inning. It's 2-2. Aiden Garvey will take over on the play-by-play duties after a quick break here on ESPN+.
Back here at Cardines Field, right off the harbor in Newport, Rhode Island. And we will see how the middle frames fare for both of these teams from the Ocean State. I'm Aiden Garvey. Alongside me is Sam Reese and John Hawkins. Very happy you're spending your evening with us here on ESPN+. Man, still out there on the mound is Cole Cheatham. It's been an eclectic offensive evening for the Waves. You go through 4 hits and 4 men left on base, but still bringing home 2 runners to score.
Yeah, still bringing 2 runs home to score, which you'll take. And also from the perspective of Cheatham on the mound, obviously a frustrating way to allow that second run with the balk. But you've only allowed 2 runs so far. Still time to just settle down a little bit. It's a tie game. I think Cheatham, if he can, refine that command that he had in a lot of his starts this season so far, I think he can go deep into this game, which is what manager Mike Coombs is hoping for.
Yeah, and he started last inning a lot with the first pitch strikes, but then struggled to kind of find the zone after that. So it's going to be interesting to see how these first pitches fare in this inning and how he can pitch around those.
First pitch to Harrison Wilson outside. Wilson checks the swing and holds up in time for ball 1. Cheatham will have Wilson, McAndrews, and Plashert on the docket for this fourth frame of action. And he goes high after the low outside pitch. It misses that one as well. Wilson 0 for 1 on the evening, grounded out to the shortstop back in the second. Cheatham's 2-0. Wilson cracks that one high. It's going to be too high for any out of the ballpark travel, and Tyler Hare is under it for out one.
And a good bounce back pitch. Fell behind again, which is something that has unfortunately been said a lot today so far. But what he's been good at is getting back into the zone, but not down the middle where they could hit it into a spot like over the fence or into the gaps, but at a spot where it's weakly hit and a pop-up or a ground out.
And that'll bring up Thomas McAndrews. This his first at-bat, came in as a defensive substitution in the last half inning for Rob Butler. First pitch high and away for ball one.
And that substitution is more interesting the more I think about it, because Butler in his first and only plate appearance of the day had a double, ultimately came around to score, but that's it for him.
It will be remaining to be seen what happened there on that substitution. We'll do some investigative journalism after the fact on the bus back to the more mainland part of Rhode Island.
And the first thing I notice is the interesting batting stance he has.
Definitely has a low crouch as he knocks that one towards the warehouse off the roof, and that rolls all the way over to the back.
Rolls all the way to the Red House.
One of the interesting facets of this ballpark is the warehouse that borders fair territory in right field. So now he sits on a 1-2 count.
Have a bit of a stare off.
A little bit. The 1-2. Cutting high and inside and coming up empty is McAndrews. Two quick back-to-back outs from Cole Cheatham.
Really effective pitch from Cole Cheatham. I like that decision with 2 strikes to go 93 with the fastball, jam him up near the hands and make him work for it on the inside part of that zone. And so far, so good for Cheatham. Chance at a 1-2-3 frame.
And that'll bring up Zach Plashert, the DH. Owns the only RBI for the Wave so far this evening with an RBI single in the second. Zach came on the broadcast at Old Mountain Field last night as a color analyst for the first, second, and third innings. Actually did some play-by-play in the bottom half of that third inning. He's a natural on the mic. Maybe something in his future after he hangs up the cleats. That one is outside.
I think especially with how he got out trying to stretch it to second, the defense is definitely going to keep that in mind. But he could also use that as an advantage and maybe try and rush a throw.
He could. It will remain to be seen if it comes to that situation. Pitch to Plashert. Catches the outside portion of the zone. Plashert didn't want to cut on the pitch away, but goes as a strike against him.
Still has a strike to work with, so notice that it wasn't his pitch and held up. Nothing against that.
The 1-2. That one well outside, skipping against the backstop here at Cardines Field.
So my question is, does Zach Plashert have a future in broadcasting?
Listen, he stepped on with a headset for the first time, and he kind of took off running, so I'd say so. If he wants to pursue it, maybe some freelance opportunities at the University of Arizona in the fall, as he'll send that one towering out to center. That one is going to be made up on the warning track by Andrew Duncan. A 1-2-3 inning, the first time we've seen that for the Waves in this game tonight. Still tied here in Newport.
If you pick your types, discover Newport Furthest Traveler. 3 furthest travelers will compete after this.
You got me, you got me. Higher, higher. You got me on fire, fire. Every day, feeling like a holiday. You got me.
At the time, I was a firefighter in Little Compton, and I was teaching a lot of classes. And being up there at 330 pounds was somewhat hypocritical. South Coast Health was excellent in providing the tools and the opportunities. You're retaught to eat after the surgery. And it was exciting to finally know that I was getting to where I wanted to be. Having kids, a 9-year-old son, it makes me feel really good that I'm in better shape to enjoy his childhood with him. I'm very happy. Very happy.
We come back here to Cardines, where myself, Sam, and John are still in our spots in the broadcast booth awaiting the start of this bottom of the fourth. Nick Conti still on the mound for the Waves, faced one batter and put him away with a fly out to center to end that third inning. We'll have to see what destiny holds for this Gulls offense here in the fourth frame, as the final warm-up pitch is thrown by Conti. He'll have Duncan, Stevens, and Hare on his radar. All three of them have gotten on base by some way, shape, or form tonight. No hits, though, for them. A walk for Duncan in the second, an error reaching by error was Stevens in the first, and Hare followed up with a walk there in the first as well.
Top of the order up here for Newport to begin the inning. It's a great time to make some noise offensively.
That one outside from Conti on the first pitch fastball.
And something we haven't seen, Newport only has one hit to this point. Newport offense has been red hot lately, coming off of I believe a 16-hit game last game. Or
I believe there is no hits for the Gulls so far.
I got fooled by the scoreboard.
Yep, no hits on our score sheets. And
oh, I thought you were talking about yesterday's game, John.
Oh no, I was talking about today's. I was looking at the scoreboard and saw
they had 16 yesterday.
So.
Didn't want to jinx them that early in the fourth, but here we are.
Well, I was talking about yesterday's game. That they did come off of a dominant 16-hit game, so it is interesting to see that they don't have one yet.
Gotcha. I thought you were talking about yesterday all along, so I got confused there.
I was toward the end of it.
Conti goes right down Broadway with that little breaking slider. Moves his count to 2-2.
Now I'm curious to see if they had that error on Stevens in the first inning to be a hit.
Well, we got the official scoring right next to us, and it is an E6 there in the first. Hard cut there. Coming up empty was Duncan. First strikeout of the evening for Nick Conti. So potentially some discrepancies via the scoreboard operators and the official statistician here at Cardines Field, but the official word is 0 knocks so far for the Gulls.
Yeah, and we saw this similarly happen in Game 2 of that doubleheader against Valley. Now, it was a shortened game that ended in the 6th because of fog, but that was a game as well where the offense had some rare struggles.
That one, fastball in at the knees, gets away from McAndrews for ball one. Now 2 balls come back at Conti.
Now, what do you want to see when you're not on your, not perked up? 2 balls coming at you.
Cutting on that one, coming up empty was Nolan Stevens. He's 0 for 1 with a swinging strikeout in the second. Did reach and score on an error back in the first. Conti delivers. That one outside.
We saw both starters live on that inside and low part of the plate. and they were getting the calls for that. So it's interesting to see Conti stays with that kind of pattern.
That one finds the zone.
And isn't that that seems like a casual 91 as well from Conti. I mean, that's a tiny bit off speed for him, which is crazy to think about. And you could see by the delivery, that wasn't even a full throttle type of pitch, but it's still so fast up there on the inside part of the zone that it really makes it difficult on the hitter.
The 2-2 from Conti. That one fanned. Back-to-back Ks.
Goes from 91 to 97.
There you go. And Conti now 1 walk to 22 strikeouts. That strikeout count continues to climb for Conti, who's been one of the most impressive relievers in the entire NECBL.
We'll see what Tyler Hare can do. He's also 0 for 1, popped out to the shortstop in the second. That one fastball missing high and away.
And it's just been a slow night for this offense, which we haven't said much this season.
Breaking ball also missing outside.
97 to 83 just does not seem fair.
It is quite the discrepancy. Hard for batters to adjust, which is why Conti has been so successful so far in the season. The 2-0. That one south of the zone, checked the swing and held up in time. So a rare 3-0 count from Nick Conti. And now you think the leash is off, and this is going to be a fastball uncorked right down Broadway. At least that's the game plan.
And if that's the case, all you need is just a good barrel, and that pitch, you may not be seeing that pitch.
Probably holding off on a 3-0, and he does as the fastball goes right down the middle.
I think that was a slider, actually, or an off-speed, an 89. Or a cutter. Does he have a cutter? Unsure, but not 97.
It worked.
3-1. That one is outside. It will be a walk. The second one of the evening for Hare.
And at the end of the day, you know, the bats haven't got going yet for Newport, but, you know, the way Conti struck out the number 1 and number 2 hitters in the lineup, you're content with just getting base runners on at this stage and then trying to build off of that with some hits. So Hare walked for the second time tonight. Plenty of base runners have got on for Newport via walks, but now it's about putting the ball in play. We'll see if Seymour can do that.
First pitch to Seymour. He's out in front of it. Seymour 0 for 1 with a strikeout in the third. He walked and was left at first base in the first. The 0-1 breaking ball misses inside.
And this is the type of hitter that the Gulls went up at the plate. It seems like he's doing something offensively every game. So far, he does have a walk, but nothing on the stat sheet yet in terms of an RBI or a hard hit. But it seems like he's only due for one.
Seymour fans on the slider. Brings this count to 1-2. Here goes. Breaking ball misses. Throw back to first is not in time. Good heads-up reflexes on the base paths by Hare to get back in time.
Also because that was a heck of a throw from McAndrews. He got it over to first in a hurry, and we see the replay there. Pretty close call. We see Donovan Cash. How many buttons does he got undone there on that jersey? He's really showing off that chest.
Probably a lot, I would say.
Just glanced over at the replay and I said, whoa.
That one sent foul down the right foul line. That is an artificial sound effect.
Better consider the heavy hitter.
It's got to be 2 or 3 buttons undone for him. Cash. I respect it.
2 or 3, maybe 4 if he's feeling a little loose. Deuce is wild. 2-2 and 2 away. Conti kicks, delivers, runner goes, fanned on it. The runner going will not matter. 3 strikeouts over 4 batters here in the 4th for Nick Conti, doing what he does best. Still 2-2 here from Newport.
I have Alex and Connor on the field with me for the Chris Electric base race, ready to go at home plate. First one to make it back to home wins. Oh, and please do not tackle Belly Jr. Precious. And I need it. All right, Gulls fans, count down with me. 3, 2, 1, go. We may have had a false start on the bus. Look, ladies and gentlemen, we may have had an overtake. Will Summer over this? They'll be close. And let's all stay at home, but we have a winner. Congratulations. With the time of 23.43 seconds. Our record stands at 17.98. Just a reminder also for our younger Gulls fans tonight, the famous celebration coming up at the end of the 6th inning. Kids, you're about 5th place. Join us down on the field in the middle, 6th place.
We come back here for the 5th inning. Still a tie ball game here at Cardines Field. 2 runs apiece for both the home and road team in this Coastal Division NECBL matchup between the Newport Gulls and the Ocean State Waves. Gold Cheatham remains on the mound for the Gulls. He'll be facing Mollusky, Zions, and Cooney. So 2 Oregon Ducks on the ballot for the Waves here in the 5th frame. There you see a vivacious crowd here, having fun on a beautiful summer night in the Ocean State.
Really is just perfect temperatures. I mean, this is my ideal summer night. At Cardines Field, temperature in the mid-70s, baseball right near the water. I mean, come on. Doesn't get much better.
No, it doesn't, especially in a tight ball game.
In the Pellbridge series, I mean, you can't beat it.
Got to think with how the games in this series have gone so far, this one's going to be a good game all the way down to the wire. Even when the leads have been a bit greater for these teams, that team that's behind in the 9th really has shown some fire in that last frame to potentially front a comeback. That one finds the zone. The largest margin of a win so far has been 4 in the 9-4 win for Ocean State in the first time that we were here.
So a five-run win.
Sorry, 5. As that one's grounded over to Dixon Williams, fields it cleanly, throws over in time for out number 1. And the slimmest was the last time these two teams met. It was a 6-5 win for the Newport Gulls.
There you go. I surprised myself there by correcting someone's math for a change. That's a big rarity, Aiden. I'm just warning you.
Trust me, I'm an easy one to correct.
I am too. You'll probably correct me later in this game. I'll have a gaffe, so.
All right.
I'll return the favor in all
Sounds good.
likelihood. Yeah.
We'll each take one on the chin and move on.
I've already taken mine, so.
Flips up to the top of the order with Zach Zions. He's 0 for 2. Takes the first pitch outside for ball 1.
It's been 2 different offenses. Ocean State being able to get the hits, while Newport has just been able to get on via walks. And 1 hit by pitch, as we talked about it. But it's interesting to see which side will prevail.
Only time will tell. 2-0 is the count to Zions. Cheatham kicks, delivers. That one does find the upper right corner.
A real borderline pitch there from Cheatham where you make the hitter really think about it. Zion's decided not to go. Understandable considering the count was 2-0.
Zion's fouls that one back, and just like that, this count is even.
And that's another pitch that he's working back in the count, but doesn't want to put it over the middle. Made him foul it off, and now he's got the count even. When he started behind this count, 2-0.
Cheatham dries off his hand for some sweat here on a bit of a humid night in Newport. 2-2. That one hit Zion's on the elbow. Luckily, he has that protective gear on that front elbow and a well-earned first base.
I shouldn't have mentioned anything. It's the second time we've spoken that in the play.
That's how it goes here in the booth.
There appears to be a curse from the mouths of those wearing headsets. That is no different. The first base coach for the Ocean State Waves is actually Greg Pate. The infielder getting the day off today. Greg Pate.
He likes this ballpark.
He had a grand slam in the 7th inning. The last time the Waves played here in the second game of the season for Ocean State. Not confirmed that we won't see Greg Pate in this game. Waves use pinch hitters in the latter stages of the game at a pretty high rate. So you never know with how he has played at the ballpark so far this season. 1-0 pickoff attempt. No contest. Zion's doesn't even slide back. Cheatham's 1-0. That one fouled right back into the netting here. Or should I say the fence. Regardless of the fact, saved a fan there as he was walking right behind home. You got to think what happened in baseball before there was protective netting or fencing around home plate.
Well, sitting here, I'd have many bruises on my face.
Right there, called a strike. Probably a lot of oral surgery was done back then. Had a lot of work done. Braces very expensive nowadays.
Yeah.
Thank you to my mom for paying for those. Happy birthday, by the way, back at home.
Oh, there we go.
There you go.
Just 4 days after mine.
There you go. Well, happy belated to you as well.
I appreciate that.
John, your birthday any closer right now?
It's actually exactly in a month.
Mine is just under a month away.
Yeah, mine is August 10th. So
August 8th right here.
Yeah, and I will, funny enough, be in Paris for that.
There you go.
Yeah, so that will be a unique experience.
So your birthday will come 6 hours sooner. When
Yes,
you're
I
across
guess.
the pond.
Yeah, I guess it will.
You'll get to celebrate a little early.
I never even thought about that.
Yeah.
And that brings up Logan Hughes after the swinging strikeout from Ryan Cooney.
I'm a big time zone buff.
You are.
Yes.
You have a lot of hobbies.
Weird ones.
Cartographer.
Yeah.
Cartographer is not something you hear every day.
If you ever have the privilege of looking at the preparation for Sam Reese's, that pitch is outside. Runner goes towards second. Throw is not in time. Skipping into the outfield and potentially thinking about some extra action is Zach Zions, but he'll stay on second. Going back to that, if you ever have the privilege of looking at the preparation for Sam Reese, anytime there is a city that somebody is from that's more of an obscure location, he has the miles to the next major city that you would know.
Yes, exactly. So people, know the general area.
No, it's a good touch.
Yeah,
but you're the only
that.
person that I've ever seen that does that and puts that much work into it.
Well, when I see someone's from somewhere, I always want to know, where exactly is that? Especially in summer ball, where you got guys coming from everywhere around the country. I love researching that type of stuff.
Zions takes off, goes towards third. It's going to be hit and run. Zions is going to round third and go towards home. The tie has been broken here in the fifth off a beautifully executed hit and run off the bat of Logan Hughes, his second RBI of the season.
Just a really good job by Zions to know when to take off there. I mean, talk about a perfect jump. That's the definition of it, right? As Cheatham was ready to wind up, Zions took off. If he didn't, obviously, we're in a bases occupied at the corner situation, and Ocean State would still not have taken the lead, but instead, because of base running from Zions, they take the lead. Sometimes it's the little things like that in a tight game of baseball that prove to be the difference as we see a big mound visit taking place.
And this is going to be a pitching change as manager Mike Coombs is out here.
So we'll see who that new arm is. We'll get you that information as soon as we're provided with it.
So yeah, we'll keep it right here as the new man on the mound trots in for the Gulls, and it is Mason Olsch as Cheatham walks off the mound to a big round of applause from the crowd here at Cardines. You know, some unlucky moments, I thought, for Cheatham. Maybe it wasn't his best night command-wise, John, but, you know, only allowing 3 runs in 5 innings of work is certainly a solid job done. And Olsch has also been a reliable arm out of the bullpen after recovering from an injury he suffered towards the end of the spring with Quinnipiac. So he's now a new arm in that bullpen rotation. That's been a big welcome since making his debut a couple of weeks ago now against Danbury on the road.
Yeah, and you brought up the point about his command not being there. But the interesting fact was that there was no really damage done from that. There were a lot of times where there were 2-0 counts, but the next pitch would be a weak pop-up or a weak fly ball to the outfield or a ground ball in the infield. It was just a matter of some stuff that a weird situation in the balk, rare steal at third with 2 outs that the batter went with the pitch on the outside part of the plate. And it's now up to the bullpen, which has been spotty at times. And it's now going to be determined of what bullpen we're going to get. Is it going to be a bullpen that controls the pitch, is able to be pretty dominant, which we've seen a few times this year, or is it going to be a bullpen that has trouble with the control, has thrown a lot of wild pitches, and just ends up kind of shooting themselves in the foot? But this is a guy in Mason Olsch where you're going to see a lot of strikes from him, and he's known for his slider, which is going to be a good pitch here where it's not a lot of times you get a solid contact off of a slider.
The final line with the data that we have now for Cole Cheatham, 4 2/3 innings with 5 hits, 4 strikeouts, 3 walks, and the earned runs not yet to be determined as Logan Hughes stands on first, riding a 4-game hitting streak now. He has made an immediate impact for this Ocean State offense. And now up comes Donovan Cash, who's 0 for 1, grounded into the inning-ending double play in the first and walked in the third. Runner and Hughes goes towards second, throw over to second, well in time. The tag is also in time. So that's how this inning will end, with Logan Hughes caught trying to steal second, but not before a run comes across in Zach Zions to make it a 3-2 ball game here in Newport.
All right. While we're getting that little show we're going to put on, it's time to announce the 3 greatest travelers of the game, brought to you by
We come back here at Cardines where Gully and Gully Jr. are doing the Dougie, something I never thought I would ever say live on air during my broadcasting career, but here we are. The bottom of the 5th inning, Nick Conti remains on the mound. Interesting to see who wins this Dougie contest. I got Gully Jr., although Gully's putting in that hip action right now. Look at him getting low there.
Yeah, but Gully Jr.'s got the ultimate swag with the backwards hat.
Yeah, that's
Come
a
on.
really good point there. It's going to be a photo finish on who wins this one. Who does the crowd want? Gully wants the fans in his favor. Gully Jr.
Yeah, Gully's not doing anything. Come on.
They go off, and fans giving them a round of applause off. I personally have Gully Jr. in that competition. Attaway, Gully Jr. There you go, buddy. Nick Conti remains on the mound as we probably should get back to baseball at this point. Had a tremendous 4th inning. 3 strikeouts over 4 batters faced. And we'll see if he can pick up where he left off here in the 5th. He'll have Williams, Ossenfort, and Minnick. A dangerous middle of the order coming up.
It might be a dangerous middle of the order, absolutely. And it's typically a dangerous order wherever you look on it for Newport. But tonight, it's been really a rare change to that trend where the offense has struggled. Still no hits for the Gulls thus far, and you're going up against one of the best bullpen arms in the league in Nick Conti. I am intrigued to see how far Conti can go in this game, considering the unreal stats he has, and also considering between the starter Kyler Carmack and now Conti how much success they've had overall in terms of Newport not being able to get good contact throughout the evening after a 16-hit day yesterday against North Shore, which was, in my opinion, the most impressive offensive display we've seen all summer for the Gulls.
There you see that Ocean State bullpen. Not as many lawn chairs out as normally seen at Old Mountain Field.
And this is going to be an interesting matchup against one of the best strikeout rates, against the best average in the league in Dixon Williams.
I know it's a bit late for the 4th of July, but we could see some fireworks on either side in this at-bat.
Oh, we certainly saw a bunch of fireworks in the last meeting between these two teams.
Yes,
so,
we did.
Considering the tight scoreline, I think anything's a possibility in the latter stages of this one, Aiden.
Saw some fireworks off the bat and out of the mouths of several parties from either side. It was quite the interesting evening. I think Sam and I, being from different ball clubs, were the only ones that liked each other from separate organizations after that one.
And I don't think you're exaggerating.
I do not think I am at all. These two teams certainly harboring some hard feelings towards one another. The 0-1. That one sent out towards center. Jogging in is going to be Mamuski, but he's not going to get to it. A line drive perfectly dipping into the center of center field for a single.
And that's his first registered at bat. The sac fly in the first.
Yep.
And then I don't know the pitch count. I know that we had the pitch count on Tyler Minnick because he has 2 4-pitch walks. But a walk in the 3rd, and now kind of proving why he has the best average in the league. It's not a hard hit, but it's in the perfect place, and it's a leadoff single.
Well, the combined no-hitter for the Waves is now over after 4 innings of only walks and hit batters, allowing runs to come across for Newport. And errors. I should throw that in there as well. Conti deals the 1-0. Runner goes. Throw from McAndrews is going to be high and away. No time for the tag to be made. Successfully stolen base for Williams.
And there's number 13 for stolen bases this summer for Williams. I had to double check, the stats I had. That he only had 5 this spring at East Carolina, and it's true. And I'm still stunned by that. But he is certainly showing off his speed all summer long here for the Gulls, and showing once again why he's such a threat. Not only is he great at the plate in terms of making contact, but once he's on the bases, he always finds a way to advance around and usually ultimately score. We'll see if that's the case this inning.
Those 13 stolen bags up near the top of the leaderboard in the NECBO. Not quite the 19 that Logan Hugo of Valley has. Stole 2 bags against the Waves last night in that 10-3 win for the Blue Sox.
I want to say he had at least a steal in that doubleheader against Newport.
At least is probably a pretty low under there. Conti looks back. Now kicks, delivers the 1-2. That one low and inside, and this count moves even.
And Dixon, and the thing that surprised me about the five stolen bases at ECU is that he goes early and goes often, and he goes really any bag. He'll steal third. We've seen that multiple times this year, even with 2 outs.
Well, something that's interesting to see would be how much did other players at ECU steal, because maybe they're just not a team that steals a lot of bases as directed by the coaching staff, as that is the 4th strikeout of the evening.
Nick Conti, the type of strikeout pitcher that you really dream of having. And there's another one there against a batter in Austin Ford who's been hot as of late.
4 strikeouts coming over 6 batters. He's faced 7 batters total, but we can take the first fly out to center out of account. That pitch misses low and away. And the fact that all 4 of those strikeouts are swinging is showing that he's really attacking the zone in these counts.
And even when he falls behind, he battles right back like we saw Cheatham do a little bit. But unlike Cheatham, he's getting a lot more swing and misses.
That one, check swing. That now the 10th straight ball that Tyler Minnick has seen.
You see right there, 96 miles an hour. It might be another ball to Minnick, as you mentioned, but if Conti can locate the zone with that 96, 97 mile an hour pitch, he could get right back into this, as John was saying.
Runner dancing on second. That one, the first strike scene is put in play over to Wilson. Throws over for the fielder's choice at first, gets the sure out. But Williams does advance over to 90 feet away as he represents the tying run in this ballgame.
A productive out, and the last time we saw Williams at third, he scored on a wild pitch, which is kind of also insane to me because this is not a far backstop.
It's true. It shows you the speed he has. And in this game so far, Newport has left 8 different runners stranded. So it's time to take advantage of these opportunities, which the Gulls have done a good job of all summer long. Tonight, it hasn't been as easy, but can they change that here?
Conti delivers a strike, catching the bottom portion of the zone. Starts off this at-bat with a strike to Doyle. He's 0 for 1 with a fly out to the shortstop. He was hit by a pitch in the 3rd. He was the last batter faced by the starter, Kyler Carmack, before Nick Conti came in and put away the 3rd out of that inning, as that's flown deep out to center, getting his feet under him. And that one's going to fall up against the wall. It's going to be an RBI double. Jack Doyle took that one for a ride and had it cascade off the fence in center.
And the center fielder did not see that off the bat, or did not read that well at least, as we see here in the replay.
Yeah, you're right, John. Tommy Molesky, he almost put his arms up at the end saying, I don't know exactly where that ball's going to land. It's a lot of power. It was hit high up in the air, but also deep enough for Doyle to make that a double. Second double of the season for Doyle, his 11th hit. He's a batter who's been a little inconsistent so far, but has delivered in some big moments, and that's one right there.
We once again have a tie ball game in Newport. We've seen a 1-1 tie, we've seen a 2-2 tie, and now a 3-3 tie. That also the first earned run of the entire season for Nick Conti, and what a streak it was for him.
And that's just a perfect example of put the ball in play and good things will happen.
Yep.
Probably a mix of the ball carrying a little bit, the sky probably playing a factor in it a little bit, as it's not an easy sky for outfielders to read. And then that ball, I think, hit off the wall as well. So kind of 3 factors that when you put the ball in play, good things happen, and that's what happened to Doyle.
That one in and out of the glove of McAndrews. But they're saying the ball was tipped and therefore the ball is dead. So no advancement opportunities for Doyle out there on second.
But Doyle's got the speed where if Brainy hits a single into the outfield, could possibly be looking at Newport's second lead of the game. But still a lot to be done, as you still are facing one of the best pitchers in the league.
Conti kicks, deals. That one cracked over towards Wilson at second. Makes the play on the run. Throws over to first. Pulls him off the bag, but Cash does a good job to put his foot right back on for out number 3. So this inning's over, but not before the game is tied up once again. It's 3-3 here in Newport. There you see the beautiful scenery that Newport has to offer. A nice tower overlooking the historic Cardines Field that's been around since the 1890s. It is another great game between these two Coastal Division foes, a 3-3 deadlock. Here as we enter the 6th inning. Mason also still on the mound. Technically hasn't seen a batter yet, as Donovan Cash came up as his first batter in the 5th, but it was Logan Hughes being caught stealing, trying to get second, which ended the inning. Cash is back up now as a result. But Mason Olsh will still get credit for the 3rd of an inning to close out that 5th. One of those weird intricacies of the sport of baseball. Olsh is 1-1. Cash sends that out. It's going to drop its center. And Cash will just stick over there on first base. Rounds towards second out of curiosity. But after the throw comes in, he'll just retreat back there with his gain of 90 feet.
Yeah, and Olsh falling behind in the count, 2-0, and then just tried to get a kind of get-me-over fastball. And unfortunately, when you fall behind in the count, it's not a lot that's going to be fooling batters, and they're going to be expecting that fastball. It's what was given, and went right back up the middle with it.
And that brings up Eric Genther, who's 0 for 2 with 2 ground outs, 1 to the pitcher and 1 to the second baseman, as he'll flare that one foul on the third baseline. That one may have actually hit a car. That was special effects that you all heard at home, but very good chance that could have hit a Subaru.
Yeah, you always got to be careful. Oh, they're clapping up there on the stands. Looks like someone might have claimed that ball, maybe off a deflection of a car.
Maybe they pulled it out of the shattered glass.
Perhaps.
But 0-2 now to Genther.
All I can say is based on what I saw from the reaction of those in the top row, there was a good play made out there.
It remains to be seen what that play was, but if you're getting people to look out of the ballpark to applaud you, probably was a pretty good one. Genther puts his head down and jogs towards first. As that's sent out, making the play is Tyler Hare. There were 3 goals there, and it is the left fielder coming up with it.
Yeah, and that's the left fielder has priority on that pitch, and it went a lot deeper than I thought. Again, thought it was going to land in no man's land and be a tough play, but the wind's still playing a little bit of a factor. Looked like it changed midair at the last second, drove Hare to his left, our right a little bit, but a good catch and 1 out now.
Can't quite feel the winds here. We're underneath a gazebo-esque of a ceiling here, but out there in the open could have some swirling winds off the bay.
I'm sure that is playing a factor. It's nice that we get the protection under here because we've had some interesting nights with weather, whether that be that rain out against North Shore where it started just torrentially downpouring in the second inning, or the fog we've had where we've seen the fog just swifting into our right across the field. Pretty crazy stuff.
Our broadcast booth currently sits in a state of comparative serenity.
That's too fancy for me, that vocab, Aiden. That's a compliment, though.
I go to college. I mean, what can I say?
Well, I do, too.
This is true.
You know, some are smarter than others.
That one sent foul by Wilson. There you did see the man in the bullpen for the Waves. We have seen that kind of cap of 2 innings so far for the Waves. The man in that bullpen is Jason Krieger. This could be potentially his Ocean State debut. Was added to the roster just a few days ago. Kicks and deals that one, but it's high.
And we saw a pitcher getting a little bit loose for the Gulls as well. I believe that's Nick Dorito. Just as like a precautionary measure, I'd say, probably.
Definitely want to get some more length out of Olsch as the throw is trying to get to the stealing man at second. And Cash has been nabbed. Wilson does draw the walk, though, so a bit of a trading places scenario.
Yeah.
Actually, they're going to...
Yeah, it won't matter.
This is true because of the walk?
Correct. So I think Cash in real time didn't realize it was a walk, so he thought at first, you know, he was out, which the throw is certainly in time. The tag was there, but because of the walk, Cash gets a little bit of a break there.
That pitch outside. Thomas McAndrews now up 0 for 1 with a strikeout in the 4th. Throw back to try and get the man. They just don't quite get him. Tried to get Wilson dancing over there on first, but they are unsuccessful. And Tyler Minnick will go out to the mound.
A really good throw by Minnick, though. Throw seemed to beat him just barely, but it looks like he got under the tag. But a really close play. We've seen a lot of close plays today so far.
So our home plate umpire and Marvick Gomez will head over to break up this mound meeting and get play up and started. We're operating at a 4-hour pace here. So we could have a long night of baseball here at Guardians.
Hey, you mentioned the time of game before I did, so it's all on you now.
Well, I mean, it's already going long. It's not like I said it's going quickly, and then all of a sudden 5 straight batters get walked. And
I just don't bring it up anymore because I get yelled at for that. So.
Well, I won't yell at you, I promise.
I appreciate that.
1-1 is low.
I don't know if I can make that promise, but yeah.
Right. Well, one half of your broadcasting partners can promise they will stay calm.
Just think of it more as just trying to talk some sense and trying to get to learn to not talk about the pace of play.
That one tipped back into the glove for strike 2.
These are the fun games to call, though. It's just close games that are back and forth. No team really getting that much of a hold in the game.
That one's sent out by McAndrews. That one's going to be close over there and right. It's going to be caught. A sliding grab. Talk about a highlight play out there and right from Nico Brini.
That's someone in Nico Brini who is very familiar with the confines of Cardines Field. It goes opposite field off the bat of McAndrews. Look at this, a perfectly timed slide. I mean, that could be dangerous over there near the warehouse if you don't time that slide right, but he knew exactly where he was. A quick slide, a quick pop-up to make sure there was no collision there with the building that wouldn't be comfortable to run into, and Brini with a spectacular play out in the outfield.
I've heard around town that running into concrete walls isn't the most pleasant experience as Plashert sends that one out into left center. Tracking it down is Duncan, and he is there. Plashert wanted RBI number 2 on the night, but he's not going to get it here in the 6th. We head to the bottom half of this 6th inning with a tie ball game, 3-3 from Cardines. We come back for the bottom half of the 6th. The man on the mound is not Jason Krieger. We have been befuddled, led astray even. It will be Jackson Vanesco, the lefty out of Bryant, stepping onto the mound. He's been pretty good so far this season. 5 innings pitched over 5 appearances, no earned runs.
Yeah, so the confusion was because there's 2 26s on the roster that are pitchers, but it is Vanesco who spent 2 summers ago with the Bristol Blues here in the NECBL, and still no earned runs allowed. You touched on his efficiency so far this summer as well, Aiden. You know, there's a good amount of Ocean State bullpen arms that are more than serviceable, and Conti was one of them, you know, moments ago in this game, and now we'll see what Vanesco can do against these Newport Gulls, who haven't really been rolling offensively, but after their first couple of hits last inning, maybe that's a jumping off point for an offense that can really start to put on a flurry of runs in the blink of an eye, which with how much talent there is on the Newport roster.
Definitely. We'll see what he can do. He has a tough start ahead of him. Duncan, Stevens, and Hare, the top 3 of the order coming up for the Gulls. And you'll see what they can do against the man out of Bryant. We'll see what he can offer in return. No room for error here. 3-3 ball game here in the 6th. Duncan 0 for 2 with a ground out and a strikeout. Although he did walk in the 2nd. Vanesco deals. That one misses low and outside for ball 1.
I mean, that's been the key for Newport so far this game. Slow start offensively for the bat-wise, at least in the hit column. But what they did instead was they got a lot of walks, and that was able to get the first 2 runs of the game. They knew that that wasn't going to be enough for this game. So they got their bats going, and it's going to be interesting to see if they can keep that bats hot in this inning.
Duncan fouls that pitch off, moves the count to 1-2.
Good thing they got that screen protecting the dugout, because that was a hot shot right towards today's starter, actually, Cole Cheatham, who's icing that left elbow of his.
Fouling that one off into the backstop. Brings this count even now.
Cardin's is definitely a unique ballpark. You see same side dugouts and bullpens, which is, you don't see that often nowadays.
Also, with these two teams, potentially a recipe for disaster. 2-2. That one is outside, and the first batter Vanesco faces has a full count.
Oh yeah, this is the type of venue that's made for, you know, two rivals getting into it with each other. Just the way it's designed, where you got the two teams basically right next to each other, and there certainly can be room for a lot of conversation.
Backwards K clips it low inside at the knees. The home crowd here at Cardines not a fan, but Jackson Vanesco certainly is.
And neither is Andrew Duncan, and he's not a guy that will sit back if he doesn't agree. He's a guy that will voice his opinion.
And to McAndrew's credit, he did frame that really well. It was a quick, subtle movement of the glove that maybe fooled the home plate umpire tonight. But, you know, it seemed like the type of borderline pitch that could have gone either way. Duncan, as you saw, you know, just not happy at all with that decision. Still looking for his first hit of the night.
First pitch to Stevens, low and away for ball one. We go back to the design of this ballpark and how it is a bit unconventional with the same side dugouts. We don't want to incentivize violence by any means, but
no.
In a normal situation, if two teams were arguing, they would come out and meet at home, but in this case, Ocean State just has to turn 90 degrees to the left and vice versa for Newport, and you're right there.
Oh, yeah.
So saving the legs there with some cardio potential.
Yeah, you could have, you know, dugouts clear, but all off the field, and you could continue play on the field.
We would never know. That one clipping the zone. Maybe there's been some quarreling over the past 6 innings, and we would have absolutely no idea.
It's very true.
The mysteries of baseball here on ESPN+. Maybe a new special E60 potentially. That one finds the zone. Brings it to 2-2.
And that inside part of the plate has been a pitcher's friendly call throughout this whole game. It's worked both sides, and low and in, possibly what could have favored that Duncan 3-2 pitch.
2-2 fouled off. That one finding the net by netting professionals.
That's a good plug.
Oh, you know. Got to give credit where credit's due, you know. Stevens also wearing some Bruce Bolt batting gloves, and Jackson Vanesco wearing a Zephyr hat. Well, we'll go through the ad reads while we're at it. Zephyr is the official on-field cap of the NECBL, also known as the Z hat. Zephyr is the authentic college hat with over 800 colleges and channels that same energy and creativity into building custom hats of all types for pro sports teams, clothing brands, and companies everywhere. Make sure to pick up your Ocean State Waves or Newport Gulls official on-field cap today. And for the man in the box, a choice of Major League All-Stars is now the official batting gloves of the New England League, Bruce Bolt. That one in at the feet. Bruce Bolt batting gloves are handmade by skilled craftsmen using 100% real Cabretta leather. The stitching materials and unique design make these the best fitting, most durable batting gloves in baseball. For more information, visit brucebolt.us. That's brucebolt.us.
Nothing like a good mid-inning plug for, and ad reads for
plugs, plural. That one fouled off. It will miss the net by netting professionals and end in the crowd here at Cardines.
I think that one, bounced on the road.
Yeah, off a building.
Look at that.
This time we got confirmation it did not hit a car this time.
Great camera work over there.
Didn't hit a car, and they're in danger here around ballparks all across New England. Fouling that one off as well. Really the only vehicle in the NECBL that's not in danger is the one that is separated from the ballpark, but it does connect these Coastal Division teams. It's the Steamship Authority Ferry. And you know, whether you're an island resident or planning a summer getaway, the fastest way to get to those Cape and Islands is by taking the New England League's preferred partner, the Steamship Authority Ferry. Visit steamshipauthority.com for more information. Cut on and missed. Stevens comes up empty, drop third strike, throws over to first in time for out number 2. Back-to-back Ks from Vanesco.
It's been very quiet from the top of Newport's order. Not something we've said a lot at all throughout the summer. I mean, none of the top 4 hitters in the lineup have recorded a hit tonight. And between Duncan and Stevens the only one to reach, and that was on an error back in the first.
And during that long at-bat to Stevens, 3 ad reads and 1 at-bat. That's a new record.
That's impressive stuff.
Well, thank you very much. Next time we meet, we'll try to get all 4 in 1 at-bat. Deal?
We can try.
We can try. We can
Hopefully
try.
it's nothing big happens in that at-bat.
Although if the home run did come, it would be a good segue to go from the Bruce Bolt ad read to the Bruce Bolt home run script that we have.
That's right.
So it could actually play out pretty well. Pitcher in Vanesco, that one's low.
You might need another full count to be able to get 4 in, but, you know, it's possible.
I like a challenge. How about a 3-pitch at bat, and we just scream through them?
I don't think you'd be able to understand what you're saying, but, you know, it's if you want a challenge, that's definitely a challenge.
Seems more of the edge of impossible, but never
Yeah.
say never. Hare takes that pitch inside. Evens up this count at 2-2. Backwards K. 1, 2, 3. All strikeouts. And 2 backwards Ks to make it even more fancy. Still 3-3. Sam Reese has play-by-play on the other side of this quick break on ESPN+.
Six innings in the books, at least 3 to go here at Cardines Field. However, these two rivals are deadlocked at 3-3. Alongside John Hawkins and an excited Aiden Garvey. You're liking the tunes here?
I'm liking the music. I'm feeling good.
I'm Sam Reese.
You are.
I am. I just had to finish off. I said alongside John Hawkins and an excited Aiden Garvey. And
yeah.
Had to let everyone know who I was.
Oh, sorry for cutting you off.
No. You didn't cut me off. I teed you up there.
Okay.
I
as
let
long
you
as
express your enthusiasm about the music.
As long as I read that
and
well.
First pitch swinging goes Tommy Molesky, cranked off the right center field fence. A quick throw in from Duncan, but it escapes the glove of a leaping Randy Seymour. Great backup job by Tyler Minnick, the catcher for the Gulls. Nonetheless, that's a leadoff double by Tommy Molesky, his second hit of the night.
Just tried to get ahead of him there and didn't fool the batter at all. A good defensive play by Duncan to get it in quick, and the throw did beat him just offline.
And the last time Molesky had hit in this game, it came with the score 1-1, and he ended up coming across to score the second run of the game and break a tie. He comes in a similar situation here with a 3-3 ball game.
It's a positive start to the 7th for Ocean State. We flip the lineup card back over, and a first pitch strike dealt to Zach Zions, who was hit by a pitch last time up in the 5th inning. A loud motorcycle whizzes by America's Cup Ave. It's not phasing Mason Olsch, who delivers a strike on the outside part of the zone. Zions went chasing. It's 0-2. No particular hurry for Olsch, who fires a pitch down below the knees for the first ball. Olsch started all 14 games he pitched in at Quinnipiac, but being utilized as a bullpen arm this summer for the Gulls. Spent his last 2 summers with the Bristol Blues, so very familiar with this league. And there's a line drive to the right side, through the gap. Brini fields it. The throw comes in towards home, blocked by Minnick. And that forces Molesky to stay put at third, but back-to-back hits from Ocean State have them in business with nobody out.
Also, the last time the Waves had back-to-back hits was back in the second, where Butler had a double, and then Plashert had an RBI single to bring home the runner.
Olsch goes up against Ryan Cooney, the rising sophomore at Oregon. Of course, the Ducks, always a dangerous team come NCAA tournament time. First pitch swing, and in trouble is Molesky. He's in a pickle. Minnick fires back to third. Williams back to home, and the tag is an easy one for Minnick to make. Sliding into, or rather not sliding, but sneaking in the third, I should say, is Zach Zions, but Newport gets the lead runner out for a crucial out and a save a run.
I learned my lesson. In my head, I was thinking this would be the perfect time to get a hit the third and get the out, lead runner out. Thankfully, I didn't say anything. But also good base running to allow both runners to now get in scoring position. So it's still not going to be an easy inning for Olsch.
And Cooney ends up reaching second on a 5-2 fielder's choice.
Logan Hughes goes after the first pitch. Deep left field, and it's off the fence. Tagging up from third is Zach Zions. Following his tail is Ryan Cooney, and that's a 2 RBI double. The Waves are back in the lead just like that.
And that's been the elusive thing that the Waves haven't had over this losing streak, is stringing hits together. There you see for technically getting on base by making contact. It was a fielder's choice that saw Cooney over the second after he came home to score, but still.
The Waves have seemingly solved Olsch here in the top of the 7th. Ball 1 to Donovan Cash. 5-3. Ocean State leads it here in the 7th inning. And Olsch still with plenty of work to do to get out of this frame. Up the middle it goes, and through the gap for a base hit. The Waves signaled for Logan Hughes. The throw comes in, and it skips off the glove of Tyler Minnick. That also allows Cash to earn an extra base as that ball got away to the backstop, and the Waves take a 6-3 lead.
And I think Minnick lost the ball. I think he thought Olsch was going to cut it off, but it went by and escaped. And as a result, that moves Cash over to second. Just going to be ruled as a single, but still, now another man in scoring position for Ocean State.
And this has kind of been the theme of a lot of the Gulls' losses, is just one inning that just piles on. And they still have a chance. And as Mike Coombs goes out to the mound, we're going to have a pitching change, excuse me.
Nick Dorito is the new man jogging out to the rubber for the Gulls. And I'll tell you what, Olsch, after coming in for Cheatham, was looking pretty solid, John. And then in the 7th inning, it just all changed. Tommy Molesky led off with that double, and the top of Ocean State's order didn't stop after that. And now the Gulls forced to go deeper into their bullpen.
No, and it started out poorly, the first 2 runners getting on. And then it looked like things were going to change once they got that runner out at home. But the next pitch going as a 2 RBI double, and then shortly after that, a single up the middle. This inning's getting a little bit away from Newport. and they got to shut this down quickly if they still want a chance.
The new man on the bump for Newport is Nick Dorito out of UMass Lowell, a rising junior from Plymouth, Massachusetts, making his 7th appearance, and he appeared just 2 days ago in Game 2 of that doubleheader against Valley, where he was only called upon for 1 inning, and it was an inefficient one when all was said and done. Didn't allow a hit, no runs, 1 walk, no strikeouts, and in total this summer, Dorito's ERA at about 8.5, with 10 walks, 7 strikeouts, and 6 1/3 innings. It shows you, though, what Newport's dealing with the busy stretch, John, of 14 games in 13 days, where Dorito is pitching in his 2nd game in 3 days, and they will have an off day tomorrow, but then another doubleheader on Friday when North Adams comes to town. So in games like this where you go to the bullpen early, it can become a bit taxing in this busy stretch, as is the case for a lot of NECBL teams leading into the All-Star break next weekend.
Yeah, and Game 2 of that Valley game was more of an opener. It started with Holcomb, and unfortunately he didn't get the start that they wanted, so that was a bullpen day.
Yes.
And I'm not saying that this one is, but you've already got 3 pitchers in this game. You had a decent start from Cheatham. Like we said, the command wasn't really there, but he was able to work around it, and that didn't really come back to hurt him. But now this inning kind of getting away, but a good pitcher who's had a really good last outing where he didn't allow a hit, and the Gulls are going to need that to shut this inning down.
You see a view there of the moon. How about that?
That's nice.
What type of moon is that? I know there's different.
That's a crescent of some sort.
Yeah, that's as much as I could come up with.
Maybe like a waxing or a waning crescent. Those I know are things. I don't know.
They are things. I don't know
which they are.
Exactly. I don't know which is which, but it's a cool sight nonetheless in the sky here in Newport.
Those sound like familiar names of moons.
I'm going to go with waxing.
Yeah. Waxing. All right.
That's what I'm putting my money on right
Sounds good. Eric Genther is the first batter who will face Nick Dorito. Really a perfect night for baseball. No fog tonight. I can definitively say that. If fog starts rolling in these late innings, I don't know what to tell you.
Knock on wood right now.
Breaking ball in for strike 1 on Eric Genther, who's batting in the middle of the lineup tonight. So far 0 for 3, but the way the bats are rolling for Ocean State this inning, maybe Genther will produce his first hit of the contest.
Maybe. He's been sniffing one. Just hasn't quite been able to stay on top of it.
And you see the catcher Tyler Minnick and his new pitcher and Nick Dorito just having a quick discussion, making sure they're on the same page with the signs. Obviously a big spot to be put into for Nick Dorito. Cash the runner at second with 1 out here in the top of the 7th. It's the Waves with a 6-3 lead. Fouled off the foot of Genther, who seems to be unfazed. It should be mentioned, as the count goes to 0-2, that the road team has won every game of the Pell Bridge Series this season.
Yes,
Ocean State took the first meeting here in Newport. The last 3 meetings between these squads were at Old Mountain Field, where the Gulls won all of them. And the Waves trying to keep the trend up of the away team winning every encounter this summer. Glance at second from Dorito, kicks and deals. It's up high and deflects off the glove of Minnick, and that's enough for Cash to advance to third. He's 90 feet from home.
And that success at Cardines Field for the Waves is a bit of a newer development. You go back, the first win of the season here for the Waves, and the win in Game 1 of the playoffs in the round 1 last year. The only 2 wins for the Waves at Cardines since 2018.
Way outside from Dorito. Some agility required from Tyler Minnick. Yeah, that Game 1 win for Ocean State in the playoffs here against Cardines, I think shocked everyone. But then, of course, we know how the rest of the story went, with the Gulls winning their next 6 postseason games en route to a championship. Lace to right field. Brini has to play it off the wall, and that's an easy run for Donovan Cash. A deep, deep single from Eric Genther drives in another. It's 7-3 Waves.
This is kind of what you have to really attack if you're Ocean State. You're seeing a reliever come in, struggles a bit early on in that first at-bat with the accuracy, and then has to go with a more for sure pitch, ups the speed, goes more towards the zone, and Genther executes perfectly.
The Waves coming in on a 9-game losing skid, but certainly not playing like it here in the 7th inning. Harrison Wilson, the 7th batter of the frame. He goes first pitch swinging, and a diving catch made by Randy Seymour. The shortstop laying out. The crowd loves that.
Yeah, maybe that can boost some momentum towards the Gulls side. One that wasn't hit particularly hard, got jammed, and one that might have been a little bit, could have gone wrong if communication wasn't there between Dixon Williams and Randy Seymour. Randy Seymour ending up getting the play, and a much-needed second out for the Gulls.
Sounded like a broken bat for Wilson as well.
It did. So a big second out. McAndrews does not swing out the first pitch. A strike called on the outside edge. Oh-1 lofted in the foul ground to the right side. That ball deflects off the clubhouse.
And this is the 8th batter that Ocean State has brought up in this inning. That's something that has unfortunately been said often about this Gulls bullpen, and really late in games. But a good chance to stop the damage here and start chipping away at it here.
2 hours and 40 minutes into the game, and a toss over to first from Dorito. Of course, the last time these two teams met at Old Mountain Field, a 6-5 11-inning victory for Newport, which was 4 hours on the knob, if I remember correctly. McAndrews still waiting for that next pitch because a couple of tosses over to first.
It's interesting to see 2 pickoff attempts when you've got 0-2 with 2 outs to the batter.
No 2 pitch. Off speed and off the end of the bat for a foul ball. McAndrews manages to stay alive. Love the no batting gloves from McAndrews. Listen, I'm a big Bruce Bolt fan, but I love some old school as well. If I was anywhere near good enough to play baseball, which I'm not, that's why I'm here, I'd go no batting gloves, absolutely.
That's what I used to do when I used to play. Didn't like the feel of them, to be honest.
Fair enough. Upstairs, the first ball thrown from Dorito to McAndrews.
Then again, I wasn't using Bruce Bolt batting gloves, so I might have had a different opinion if I was using that brand.
I agree.
See, I went through a lot of batting gloves, and I don't think that would have been the case if I had Bruce Bolts, but I could not swing a bat without batting gloves.
One-two pitch. Dorito's shirt waving in the breeze here in Newport, and another pickoff attempt. So Dorito certainly has his eye on the runner at first, Eric Genther. Now the 1-2. Down in the dirt. That evens the count up. It's just been one of those innings where outs have been tough to come by, whether that was Olsch or now Dorito on the mound.
Yeah, and it doesn't help when you're more focused on the runner, which is definitely hard when you have a fast runner who's known to steal, but with 2 down.
Broken bat, it's popped high in the air. Dorito tracks it and catches it. The top of the 7th finally comes to an end, but it's an inning in which Ocean State puts 4 on the board. 7-3 Waves. I'm going to stretch.
launch, hydrate, win the moment.
We welcome you back to Cardines Field. It is a new pitcher out there for Ocean State, and thanks to the great efforts of one of my broadcast partners tonight, Aiden Garvey, we've deciphered who that is, and that is Jason Krieger. So he's donning number 21. It's the first appearance for Krieger this summer, Aiden, a very recent addition to this roster.
Yeah, absolutely. He was added to the roster a few days ago, but Krieger also didn't pitch in his freshman season at the University of Maine, so this could be their first live action against collegiate talent. Never mind, it wasn't loading. He did pitch.
No, it's confusing on the main website, I'll admit. But he did make 16 appearances, 13 of which were starts. I had to go to Baseball Reference for those official stats because for whatever reason on the main website, yeah, it doesn't have anything under his stats, but it is Jason Krieger on the mound for the Waves, who had a little bit of experience in his freshman year for Maine, and he was, as you mentioned, added to the roster very recently, eligible as of July 1st. And yeah, so a little bit of unknown when you see, I guess, a pitcher, you know, added late to the roster, making his debut in July in summer ball. So unknown from an Ocean State perspective, but also unknown for the opposition, where there's only so much you can do in a scouting report.
Absolutely. We'll have to see how he ends up.
Well, the first batter he'll face is Randy Seymour after Jackson Vanesco came in and talk about an efficient sixth. He struck out the side against the top of the order for Newport.
The big difference in this game has just been capitalizing with runners in scoring position. Gulls have not done that often this game, which is something that hasn't been said that often this year, while Ocean State has now double-digit hits and has been able to capitalize a lot with runners in scoring position.
I think probably got crossed up there on that first pitch. First time these two have been in a live AB together with Krieger and McAndrews. So after that first pitch, maybe getting the wrong signal there.
Speaking of new pitchers, Newport has obviously been looking for new pitchers of their own, and they did add Campbell Holt of Austin P. He became active 3 days ago, landed down to, I believe, the TF Green Airport in Providence the other night. So he's yet to make his debut for the Gulls, but Newport has also added an arm, much needed for the bullpen, as kind of exemplified in, you know, tonight's matchup where Dorito had to come in for the second time in 3 days. Here's the 0-1 on the way, and it's fouled back by Randy Seymour.
Loud car there.
What'd you say?
Loud car.
Yeah, very loud car. That's why I couldn't hear you.
Exactly.
I guess your point was proven in my response.
There you go.
Not as loud as the fire trucks that sometimes
That's true.
have to depart right behind us. Seymour went chasing, and that's now 4 straight strikeouts for Ocean State. First Vanesco in the 6th with 3, and now Krieger picking up from where his pitching mate left off.
It's a good breaking ball low and away, and just left Seymour over the top of it.
Here's Dixon Williams, who singled last time up. He has the best batting average in all of the NECBL. And a big hack and miss on an 85-mile-an-hour pitch inside part of the plate.
And he's only one of 2 goals to get a hit this game. And it's just unbelievable, especially because of how they played last night, or I should say last morning.
Yeah.
That's just also baseball. Just you can't go into a game expecting to hit like you did the other night, and that kind of shows in this game here.
And there you see the Ocean State bullpen intently, rather dugout, I should say, intently watching on, and that foul ball went over the fencing that protects some of the dugout members, and they had to quickly take cover. No one got struck. Happy to report.
There you go. It's good journalism right there.
Tyler Minnick seemed locked in there with his catching gear on, watching through the fence. 1-2 pitch. Fastball at 94 outside.
And if you're the Gulls, you got to respond some way in this inning after letting up 4 in the top half of the inning.
Williams staying patient, and that runs the count full. The only 2 hits for Newport in this game came in the 5th inning. A single from Williams and a double from Doyle. The full count delivery. Looped foul. Oh, and a nice snag there by, I believe that was Mike Coombs.
Didn't end up snagging that puck.
Oh, okay. It went right by his hand. I was going to say.
These screens are not doing their job right now, Sam.
No. A couple of foul balls that have looped right over. So let's do the full count all over again. Breaking ball swung on and hit through the right side. Dixon Williams with yet another 2-hit night. That .420 batting average heading into the day somehow finds a way to continue to climb up. And could that spark a rally for the Gulls, who very much need it in these late innings?
It very much could, and we're going to have a pinch hitter here, and a very hot pinch hitter as of that.
That's Carmelo Musakia for the Gulls, who pinch hits. He was on SportsCenter Top 10 a couple of days ago for an incredible defensive effort on a leaping grab out in left field. So Musakia pinch hits for Austin Fort. Funny enough, Musakia and Austin Fort were the ones with the 2 home runs in game 1 of that doubleheader. First pitch swinging, and it's quickly run in on by Krieger, the throw in time, but it does advance Williams to second. Second out recorded.
And that's definitely not what they had drawn up in mind. I don't think I need to say that, but it is a productive out, but down 4. And now in the back third of this game, time's starting to run out for the Gulls, and they need to start putting some hits together.
Tyler Minnick has been walked a couple of times before grounding out last time up. The breaking ball was in for a strike by Jason Krieger, making his debut for the Ocean State Waves. Minnick, after spending his first 2 years at Georgia Tech, will be heading over to Middle Tennessee State. Lays off a fastball upstairs for ball 1.
Blue Raiders right there.
Yes.
There you go.
It's true. The 1-1. Another breaking ball and another strike. That pitch has been working for Krieger.
It will be said, every time Dixon has gotten on so far, he has scored, which is a positive to him getting another base hit, but not going to be easy with 2 down.
1-2, popped sky high. It will go a few feet onto the grass. A little stumble, but a catch made nonetheless from the shortstop, Ryan Cooney. And once again, the Gulls leave a runner stranded. 7-3, it's Ocean State on top. The 8th inning coming up next.
Even his teammates are going to get this one. He is the 76th grandchild of his family and is majoring in business marketing. His guilty pleasure song is Laughter and Hate by Taylor Swift. Is it A, Andrew Duncan, B, Deegan Cordova, or C, Nico Rini? Who do you think it is, Jeff? It is not Deegan Cordova. Want to take a second guess? Deegan. So it's either A, Andrew Duncan, or C, Nico Rini. Andrew Duncan. It is Andrew Duncan. You're going home with a free wrap. Thanks to our friends at Cancer Wrap, and thanks for playing.
On to the top of the 8th inning here on ESPN Plus alongside John Hawkins and Aiden Garvey. I'm Sam Reese. We thank you for spending your Wednesday night with us here on ESPN Plus. It's Ocean State with the 7-3 lead, attempting to snap a 9-game losing streak. And the Gulls have 2 more innings to turn things around, but so far it's been looking good for the Waves, Aiden.
Yeah, definitely, and we said in the last the last inning, I should say, it's just about the Waves now being able to string together base hits and getting men on and bringing them around. We've seen over the past few games, either they haven't been able to do one of the two. They've been able to string together some hits, but they haven't come home, or those hits are just not racking up together. They'll get one knock at the start of the inning, and then 2 or 3 outs coming after them to kind of negate any momentum. So it's been a good job for the Waves to combine those two to generate runs in this one.
Zach Plashert will get things going for Ocean State. He did have an RBI single back in the second before ultimately being tagged out at second base for the 3rd out of that inning, but it was still an efficient hit to drive in Rob Butler at the time for the first of 7 Ocean State runs thus far. Foul ball on the first pitch of the 8th. The 0-1 drops away out of the zone to level things up on Plashert, who's a native of Saugus, California, and played his freshman year at Arizona. Didn't see the field, so excited for the opportunity for plenty of action this summer here in Ocean State. That's ball 2, and you do see with Austin Fort being pinch hit for by Carmelo Musakia, it's Tyler Hare who has shifted over to first base, and that likely means Musakia is now out in left to replace Hare. After all, that left field spot is where Musakia made that SportsCenter top 10 play.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of our minds during that play was he made the catch, and I mean, obviously if he made SportsCenter top 10, he definitely did, and he's been really good since joining the Gulls defensively, and he's brought some power to this lineup as well.
3-1 to Plashert. That one slips out. It's a 5-pitch walk. And with Hare also coming into first, it also shows the ability of Tyler Hare to really play any position. And we've seen that throughout the summer. He can play first base, and he can also play the outfield. And that goes a long way if you're a player who, can play really anywhere in the field. As manager Mike Coombs takes a walk out to the mound. Just seemed like that 4th ball thrown by Dorito slipped right out of the hand.
Probably did. And it is kind of a muggy night, so sometimes the moisture can gather up on your hands and eliminate the control you have on some of those breaking balls. But this is now the 3rd straight inning in which the Waves have gotten their leadoff man on. Whether it's a base hit or a walk, they've been doing a good job starting off innings on a positive note.
And it's also another pitching change for the Gulls. It's Casey Odell jogging onto the mound for Newport. So that's the end of the line for Nick Dorito. So, again, Cheatham going 4 2/3 innings was all right. But, it's felt like for Newport, you want your starter, the way the season has trended, John, you want your starter to go at least 6. because of some of the bullpen issues that have occurred, and having to go to your bullpen earlier than you want can lead to situations like this where you're already going 4 deep in a stretch where you've got games left and right, including 2 more doubleheaders in the next 5 days.
Yeah, and it doesn't help the amount of injuries that have come with pitchers as well. And like you said, with the amount of games coming up, you don't want to get these games where your pitchers don't go deep into games and that you're using a lot of bullpen arms. But that's kind of been what Newport has unfortunately been led to so far. I mean, besides last night with Pruitt going 7, besides, Aiden Holman going, I think 6, right?
Yes.
In his last outing. Every night you want the pitcher to go at least 6, not only because of the kind of bullpen struggles that they've been having, but also just so you can rest some arms for the amount of games that you're having in the future. And one day off doesn't do a whole lot for a pitcher's arm, especially if you're going multiple innings or multiple days at a time.
Well, a warm welcome into the Newport Gulls broadcast booth. You can see it's getting a little windy here in the booth. My scorebook's flapping a bit, and it's been, an interesting game in which Ocean State has taken off a little bit. These two teams were going back and forth. You mentioned it earlier, Aiden. 1-1, 2-2, 3-3, but then a flurry of runs coming in that last inning for the Waves, and now it's a matter of if Newport's bullpen can prevent any more runs being scored by Ocean State. Never mind the Gulls offense having to get going sooner rather than later now that we're in the 8th inning.
Definitely, and it does help them out that they are the home team, so they do have that potential last licks in the bottom of the 9th to help generate some of that offense. But, I mean, at this point, they're already down by multiple runs. They need to stop the slide here.
Casey Odell making his 7th appearance of the summer, his ERA at 9 exactly. With 8 innings pitched, 2 walks, 12 strikeouts, a check swing, and he went, says the home plate umpire Marvick Gomez. Tommy Molesky, the batter for Ocean State, as the wind continues to swirl around here at Cardines Field.
But a thing with Odell that you're not going to see, that you aren't going to see that often recently, is the strikeout to walks. It's more strikeouts than walks, which in the past couple of pitchers out of the bullpen that the Gulls have brought in, it's been more walks than strikeouts. You're not going to see that with Odell.
The command has certainly been there for Odell throughout the summer, as you see a stray bat almost drilled a couple of Gulls players. They had to duck out of the way. That slipped right out of the hands of Tommy Molesky, and it does appear as though Greg Pate is the pinch runner over at first for Ocean State as well. A lot happening here at Cardines Field.
The one time that the screens came in handy.
Screens come handy. He also wasn't wearing any Bruce Bowl batting gloves there.
Well, that might have been why. It is Zach Zions at the plate, I should mention, for the Waves. The left-handed batter awaiting the pitch. It's down low. And here's the throw from Minnick in time. Did the tag get there? No. Greg Pate eluded the tag to get into second. The Gulls can't believe it. For now, Pate safe at second.
And that's something that you got to think. Seymour didn't tag him initially, but the umpire may have not had the best view. So if he tried to sell that, you never know what the umpire is going to call on that one.
So a runner in scoring position for the Waves now with 1 out. Rather than 2 outs and emptying the bases, had the tag been there. The breaking ball up high on Zions to make it a 2-0 count. Before him, it was Tommy Molesky striking out in a bit crazy fashion with that stray bat. So now back to the top of the order, 5th time through for the Waves. And we are officially past the 3-hour mark of this ball game. Newport's had a lot of those this summer, especially at home.
Yes, they have.
I think we had one game that was, just a hair over 2 hours. That was incredible. And then maybe one other game under 3.
The first game of the doubleheader Monday.
But that doesn't count.
That's 7 innings.
That's
I
7
was
innings.
going to mention that.
Yeah.
But it was definitely on pace to be a sub-3 game.
That's true.
It was 2 hours
Still doesn't
and a
count.
minute after 7, I think.
I'm telling you, if that game was 9, though, John, it would have found a way to get over that 3-hour threshold.
I'm trying to stay positive with that game, but, yeah.
No.
2-1 pitch. Whiffed on by Zions. And Odell's 1 strike away from back-to-back Ks. He stares down Pate, deals, foul to the backstop. And that rolls right back towards Odell. How about that? Look at that. That ball went right back towards Odell. The umpire didn't even need to toss him a ball, although it's kicked away. Some good soccer skills by Casey Odell on the bump.
He's feeling the vibes of the Euros and Copas going on right now.
Oh, yeah. England-Spain will be the final of the Euros on Sunday. Give me Spain any day. 2-2. Loop to center. Moving in. Duncan, and it drops in front of him. Backed up by Musakia as Pate rounds third. No throw to home. And that's an RBI single for Zach Zions. Ocean State adds on to the lead. It's 8-3.
Another one of those wonky base hits that the Waves are kind of generating out here. Just misjudged out there by Duncan in center. An update on soccer around the world. It is Colombia up over Uruguay right now in the 80th minute, 1-0.
Could be due for a Colombia-Argentina Copa America final for those soccer fans out there. A steal attempt here. Strike was called, and the tag's there. Randy Seymour got the runner, Zach Zions, for the second out, so that empties the bases. And a much-needed out number 2 for Newport in an inning where they've conceded again.
The righty at bat, I believe that was actually Jack Doyle making the coverage.
Yes, I beg your pardon. It was the second baseman Doyle with Ryan Cooney now digging in for Ocean State in a righty-on-righty matchup.
We've now all been corrected throughout this game.
Bound to happen. Two 2-0 with 2 outs. Now an 8-3 Ocean State lead over Newport. A looping foul ball to make it a 2-1 count.
That actually went under a Kia Forte.
Really?
Yeah. Hit off of the firehouse behind us and skittered underneath the tires.
Wow. Sometimes you get lucky out there on the road. The 1-1 down and away. Sorry, that was a 2-1 pitch, so now a 3-1 count. Hit to the right side, a hot shot, but no problem for Doyle, who collects and fires to first for out number 3. Middle of the 8th inning, and Ocean State tacks another. 8-3 the score. We're back in a flash.
At the time, I was a firefighter in Little Compton, and I was teaching a lot of classes. And being up there at 330 pounds was somewhat hypocritical. South Coast Health was excellent in providing the tools and the opportunities. You're retaught to eat after the surgery. It was exciting to finally know that I was getting to where I wanted to be. Having kids, a 9-year-old son, it makes me feel really good that I'm in better shape to enjoy his childhood with him. I'm very happy, very happy.
The arm is
Welcome
moved
back
rapidly.
here to Newport, Rhode Island. We take a look at the upcoming schedule for the Gulls, John, and that's a busy-looking schedule. A doubleheader Friday here against North Adams beginning at 3 o'clock, and then a trip to North Shore on Saturday, 5:05 first pitch. A nice off day Sunday, but then how about another double dip against that same North Shore team, and that'll be on Monday. It's a busy stretch to say the least as we see a new pitcher in Luke Lavager take the mound.
Yeah, and the bullpen needing to go to multiple bullpen arms isn't going to help, especially with 2 double headers Friday and then Monday. And facing the same team 3 times in a row is not going to be easy. But right now they got to just start chipping away at this lead. They're down to their last 6 outs, and something has to come up now.
And Aiden, in regards to the new man on the mound for Luke Lavager, this has to be a cool moment for him. He grew up here in Newport, Rhode Island, went to Rogers High School right down the road. I'm sure grew up going to Gulls games, and now he gets to pitch here at Cardines Field.
Definitely making his NECBL debut this season with the Waves. Another one of those late additions to the roster. But this past season at the University of Maine, through creeping up towards 60 innings, left the season with a 6.75 ERA. And during that, he struck out 47 and walked 32. He'll be a junior in the fall with the Black Bears.
So a couple of pitching debuts tonight for the Ocean State Waves.
Second baseman, number 5, Jack Doyle.
Jack Doyle, the first batter he'll face. And it gets away from McAndrews. Newport trying to get something going from an offensive perspective because they're down to their final 6 outs now.
Yeah, and at this point, you got to go batter by batter. You got to just have the mindset of, I got to do something so the person behind me can also have an opportunity to do something. It's got to be, not that they're being selfish, it's got to be a time that you cannot be selfish at all and just try and get it to the next guy.
Doyle smokes it foul to even things up at 1 apiece. Jack Doyle in the 8 spot did double in the 5th to drive in Dixon Williams for the 3rd run, which at the time tied up this ball game. And good contact here, but it's snatched by the glove of Wilson. Throw to first, 1 out. Nico Brini up next for the Gulls. A crowd on the edge of its seats hoping for something from this Newport offense to cheer about in the late stages.
Yeah, and a good batter here in Nico Brini, not a guy that makes a lot of solid contact. And he's going to need to spark something here for this Gulls offense.
Brini, no hits yet tonight. He was walked back in the 2nd. It feels like this is a Nico Brini moment to deliver a hit. The 1-0 sent high in the air. It stays in the infield, and the catch made.
No,
it drops. Wow. Zach Zions was tracking it, and he couldn't make the play. That ball dropped out of his glove. Brini gets on base. It might go down as an error. It will go down as an error, but Brini still finds a way to get on base no matter what.
Yeah, and that's what you just got to do at this point, is just get on as any way possible to set up the next guy.
That's kind of the consequence for these infielders with those pop flies, with the wind swirling the ball, just rapidly changing directions up there in the night sky. It's easy to misjudge it as it comes back down towards you.
So a bit of fortune there for the Gulls. We'll see if they can capitalize on it with 1 out and Brini at first. 1-0 to Andrew Duncan is a fastball that whizzes by. 1-1.
And he's another guy who's yet to get a hit today, but he's definitely due. And a bit of a cold streak And this is going to be a good time for him here to break out of it.
Way outside to Duncan. 2-1. Stevens on deck for the Gulls. This is 5th time through the order for Newport. And the high heat escapes the glove of McAndrews. Breeny cruises into second.
Duncan's been good at working the count. It's now a 3-1 count. Breeny at second doesn't necessarily matter, but it's a big step in the right direction.
The 3-1 delivery on the way, and it's in there for strike 2. Well, we've been talking a lot about the Newport bullpen. This is also the 5th pitcher for Ocean State, but the Waves have had more success since moving on. However, the 3-2 upstairs to Duncan. Runners now on first and second with 1 out.
Now this would be a big spot for Stevens to step up. 3 straight strikeouts for him, swinging, coming in the 2nd, 4th, and 6th. Would be a good chance of redemption with 2 runners on here, with a deficit at your hand as well.
Nolan Stevens, not a bad guy to have at the plate in this scenario. 325 batting average heading into the day. And he lets the first pitch go by for strike 1. Aiden mentioned it, Ocean State has a doubleheader all the way up in Montpelier as the Waves take on the Vermont Mountaineers. The Gulls enjoy an off day before a doubleheader here against North Adams Friday. But the focus right now is who will take this edition of the Pellbridge Series, and Stevens gets drilled, and he's wincing in a bit of pain. Looked like that one deflected off his wrist, and Newport has the bases loaded.
This isn't the first time they've had bases loaded, however. And we're in the situation again as it's bases loaded, 1 out. And the last time they did have bases loaded, they were able to get a run in on a sac fly. But you got to think here, sac fly isn't the best situation, isn't that helpful being down 5. They need to put up multiple runs this inning, and preferably at least 3.
They actually also had the bases loaded in the 2nd inning, and they left it stranded. So the Waves are 1 for 1 defensively on bases loaded situations.
I mean, I think you could say 2 for 2 with the sac fly being the only run on a bases loaded, 1 out.
True.
So.
True. From a means of leaving unscathed,
yes.
They're 1 for 1.
Yeah.
1 for 2. I apologize.
Well, here's Tyler Hare. He's been in a groove as of late. Homered for the 2nd time this summer yesterday at North Shore. And the first pitch nearly hits him.
And this is part of the game where you're kind of getting the mindset of do it for the team. Whether that be wearing one, earning a walk, working the count. Each at bat, you got to do something for the team. So that's a little bit of an awkward play.
Our home plate umpire, Marvick Gomez, just absolutely ate a pitch and didn't move a muscle.
And if that one got by Gomez with the speed of, Breeny over at third, you never know. That could have been a run right there. But you're right. I mean, I was like, that definitely hit him, right?
Yeah, I don't think the catcher even got a piece of that.
No.
And I don't want people to think I'm exaggerating. Marvick Gomez did not move a single inch.
I don't think he moved a single centimeter.
Probably also true.
He's locked in. His hair locked in. A flare to center. It's dropping down, and the catch made by Molesky. Tag up from third. Breeny scores. Hit far enough by Hare to drive in Newport's 4th fourth run of the night, I should say. So the deficit cut into a little bit.
And John, there is that replica of the first inning with that sacrifice fly out the center that you were talking about before.
Yeah, but if that's all they can get, that's counted in my eyes as a loss, as you have multiple runners in scoring position in a game where you're down to now 4 outs. You need multiple runs this inning. If they can only get one, it's just going to make that 9th inning a whole lot tougher.
Here's Randy Seymour, who wasn't too pleased with the strike one call. He walked in the first, but has struck out swinging in his last 3 plate appearances. A little dancing over at third from Andrew Duncan. Pitch on the way. Hit to the left side. Underhand scoop and the throw in time across the diamond. Zions to Cash. And again, much left to be desired for the Gulls. They do score a run. It's 8-4 as we go to the final inning next.
Well, it's finally time for our last game of the night. I have Claire and Laura with me, and they're going to play Name That Tune for a chance to win a Skip-Bar gift card from our friends in Newport Marriott across the street. Since tonight is Rhode Island Traffic Safety Night, these are songs kind of driving-ish related. Here's number 1. Hey, Noah. All right, I need like gut reaction answer. What's it called? I need a guess. Right to the highway. There we go. So you got the gift card. We've got another song planned, so let's just go for it. Here's number 2. Yeah, it's from Top Gun. It's like the song from Top Gun. Laura got it. It is Danger Zone. They went 2 for 2. Congratulations. I got the gift card here at the gate. Thank you again to Newport Marriott for sponsoring. We got one more inning left, and we'll get there. There's not been a more appropriate time to play this song. Not believe it, Ryan.
You see it right there. The score 8-4, Ocean State on top. They're 1 inning away from snapping a 9-game losing streak, and wouldn't that feel good for the Waves if they can do it against their rival? And looking ahead to the busy stretch Ocean State also has coming up. Take us through that slate for the Waves on the horizon.
Well, tomorrow it's waking up bright and early, hopping on a coach bus and going up to Montpelier, Vermont, the furthest trip that the Waves make in any NECBL season. Then they're back home against the Navs on Friday. That will be a good game. Those teams have matched up very well this season. And then they travel to the middle of Connecticut to face the Bristol Blues for the first time this season as well. So the Waves have not seen the Bristol Blues or the Mountaineers so far yet this season. And after this week, they will have seen all of the NECBL competition that they have.
There you go. I'm trying to think. Yeah, Newport has faced every team but North Adams, and that will change on Friday when they welcome in the Steeple Cats for a doubleheader. So that will finish out the round of teams that Newport is yet to play, which is down to 1. 1-1 the count. Casey Odell still out there facing Logan Hughes to begin the 9th inning. Knuckles down low for ball 2. The Gulls will be making that Vermont trip next Tuesday. It'll be trips to Vermont Tuesday, Keene Thursday, Sanford Saturday next week. Talk about a knocking all your trips out up north out in a span of 5 days.
I've heard not the best things about the bus ride to Vermont. I'll share with you my experiences, and hopefully it goes well for you.
Thank you very much. Full count pitch swung at. Takes a while to get to Doyle, but the throw's a quick one in time for the first out.
And this is going to be a very important next 2 outs. If they want any chance in this game, this has to be a clean inning.
That's a must at this stage for Newport, who trails by 4 here in the final frame. First pitch by Odell skips in the dirt to Donovan Cash. who has singled in his last 2 times up. The wind howling, the 1-0 pitch on the way. Sent way up in the air, and that lands behind us and onto the street.
Please do not go run and catch the foul balls. That is a busy main road.
You can hear the in-stadium MC saying, "Don't run after those foul balls because you might get hit by a car."
I still saw a few kids heading for the exits, though. Unfortunately, hopefully somebody stopped them.
Wait for the walk sign, kids. 1-2 to Cash. That is indeed a very busy intersection behind us.
Now seeing they did get the stop sign, so everyone's safe here at Cardines.
There we go. Love to see that.
Thank God.
That ball will stay there for someone. Someone will claim it eventually.
Maybe a lonely traveler will come across it down the road.
That does sometimes happen. 1-2, drilled to right. Brini in good position, and he's got it. 2 up, 2 down.
Is the top half of the inning that Newport really needed. Just get potentially 3 up, 3 down, and just get your bats up in the final half.
3 up, 3 down could also spark some momentum. They've only been able to do it once this game so far.
Can Odell make that 2? Eric Genther tasked with ensuring it's not a 1-2-3 frame for Odell on the mound. And not a bad start for him. The count run up to 2-0. This time a strike from Odell. Genther singled last time up for his lone hit of the contest. Down in the dirt, it's a hitter's count at 3 balls and a strike. Fouled back, and the count full. That one, another close call in terms of hitting our camera behind home plate.
Yes. I don't know if our camera's been hit this season, at least the one behind home plate. But we've had a lot of close calls from it.
Check swing, he held up, and Genther draws a walk. So no 1-2-3 frame for Odell as the top of the 9th continues with Harrison Wilson up at bat.
Second baseman, number 17, Harrison Wilson.
Wilson, one of the few players who hasn't tallied a hit for the Waves tonight. And there's a first pitch strike. In fact, I should say, Wilson, one of just 2 players yet to record a hit, and the only starter not to. There's another strike called, top of the zone. Odell will take it. It's 0-2. Strike 3, he got him. A 3-pitch punch out for Casey Odell. We head to the bottom of the 9th. Newport with plenty of work to do if they want to make some magic happen here at Cardines Field. We're back in a moment. one last chance for the Newport Gulls. They need 4 to tie, 5 to win, and they'll go up against the 6th Ocean State pitcher of the night, and that's Brooks I. Aiden, who's making his 7th appearance of the season, his 3rd as well against the Gulls.
Yeah, and he's done well so far, a 4.90 ERA coming over 11 innings of action where he has 11 strikeouts and just 6 walks. So he will look to have an efficient outing here in the bottom of the 9th and protect this 4-run lead.
He's played for the Waves the last 2 summers as we reach the 3.5-hour mark here at Cardines Field. Another late night in Newport. In his senior year at Indiana did not play, so eager to get innings under his belt this summer. He brought up his stats, a solid summer so far for on the bump, and a familiar name to go up against for Newport. It'll be the 5, 6, and 7 hitters due up. That's Dixon Williams, Carmelo Musakia, and Tyler Minnick. And you have to think, John, that if Newport wants any chance of a late rally, you simply have to get on base as the leadoff hitter if you're Dixon Williams.
Yeah, and there's no better person this game to have that be than Dixon. He's only 2 registered at bats, are both, I believe, both singles. And when he gets on, 2 out of the 3 times he's scored. But like you said, no matter where this was in the order, this has to be a guy that gets on to lead it off, especially when you're down to your 3 outs, down by 4 runs.
Well, you said it. You know, this is the guy you want at the plate. Best hitter in the entire league. Batted .308 this past spring for East Carolina. Was a key part of the Bethesda Big Train success in the Cal Ripken League a summer ago, where he was named the team's MVP, winning the title. And he takes a hack at the first pitch, fouled back.
And I think you're going to see a more aggressive approach for all of these Gulls batters. A walk does gets a runner on, but you're down by a lot more than what a walk can bring.
Rides inside on Williams to even the count. A curveball fouled to the backstop by Williams, who was taken down to one knee with the off-speed delivery. McAndrews, the catcher, retrieves the baseball for home plate umpire Marvick Gomez to store away in his pocket. The 1-2 pitch. The heater upstairs. Williams didn't bite the bullet there, 2-2. And we do have some headlights out in left field, but it's not distracting enough for a stoppage in play, although that's coming right towards our eyes. Opposite field, slow roller to third. Zions quickly throws, and it gets out of the glove of Cash. Williams is going to take off as he makes long strides. No need for a slide, and there you go. The leadoff man in Dixon Williams gets on base because he's Dixon Williams, and he's in the scoring position.
Yeah, and that should go down for an infield single. And it's his last 3 at-bats, his only 3 registered at-bats have all been a single. He does have the walk in the 3rd, so it's now 4 straight appearances where he has gotten on. But the unfortunate part about this game so far is he's really been the only one to do that. You now have to start contributing from everywhere else. But the good part about this is the mindset is in set of just get it to the next guy and get it done.
That next guy, Carmelo Musakia. He takes a first pitch strike. 2 of Musakia's 4 hits in his first 7 games played with the Gulls since being a later roster addition have been home runs. Both here at Cardines Field as well. The 0-1 away. as it lands in front of McAndrews.
The tricky part about this situation is you have to have the perfect mix of discipline and aggressiveness. It's kind of hard, especially when, you know, you want to get on as much as possible, but you also don't want to be too conservative.
It's a fine line, trailing by 4. It's a good eye from Carmelo Musaki at 2-1. One of 3 Northeastern members on this Newport roster now, after Musaki has started the summer on the Cape with the Harwich Mariners. And the 2-1 drills him. And you could hear that from up here. Musaki in a lot of pain as that hit him right near the hands. Runners on first and second for the Gulls. And Musaki saying to Ocean State manager Matthew Rienzi to stay back, but he's still going to have a word with home plate umpire Marvick Gomez. It looked like the Waves were trying to claim that it was a foul ball, and now the umpires are going to have a conference. Newport can't believe that that's a possibility here.
And I don't know about you guys, but I'm in agreement with them. I don't know if any other umpire is going to have a better vision than the home plate umpire. And if this call gets overturned, I'm going to be very surprised.
It certainly does. This place is going to erupt.
And I think we might see, if it does, we might see Coombs try and get thrown out, but nonetheless.
The base granted to Carmelo Musaki after a brief conference among the umpires. So the first 2 batters are on base for Newport. And Tyler Minnick will try to keep the line moving.
And it's not the way you want to get on, but it's the way you have to have a mindset of just sacrificing your body so your team can get the advantage. It's not pleasant, but it gives Newport another chance and a better chance now to come back in this game.
And Musaki, before play continues, is going to be looked at by the athletic trainer. I mean, it might be a wise decision, you know, you never know, to put a pinch runner in. But Musaki, a tough player. He's from New York, New York. He's a tough guy, and he's having that left hand looked at. But, you know, I can certainly say that he's not the type of player that's going to be brought out of the game easily. And it is that left hand that's bothering him that got drilled on that pitch from I. The athletic trainer taking a quick look. Musaki says, I'm good. And he's going to continue here. He's got that protective sliding glove as well on the left hand. He's at first. Williams at second. Newport hoping this is the start of a rally. First pitch to Minnick. High and away, ball 1.
And they've come back from much worse. They've come back down, what was it, 8-0 or 8-0
against Bristol.
Against Bristol to win it. So this isn't the most ridiculous situation they've been put in.
Not by any means. 1-0 to Minnick. Swing and a miss on a filthy pitch by Brooks Eye. You can feel the suspense here at Cardines Field. Newport facing a 4-run deficit, but the hope's still alive. 1-1, breaking ball in for a strike. Minnick went chasing after it. The 1-2 pitch. Hit to the left side. Cooney scoops it up. Throw to seconds in time. Throw to first. Not in time. Safe at first. Tyler Minnick. Williams gets over to third. Musaki out at second. Newport has runners on the corners with 1 out.
You still get that other runner that could have possibly been in scoring position as well. I mean, obviously you want to get the full 6-4-3 there. That would be ideal, and just have 1 out away from getting out of this ball game. But just getting one, you're taking a step closer towards breaking this losing streak.
And that definitely puts momentum a little bit more on Ocean State's side, as it's still a 4-run game, and now there's only 2 outs left.
That's a called strike one on a pitch that appeared a bit inside on Doyle, but Marvick Gomez did not think so.
And for some teams, that could kind of decrease morale a little bit when you get calls you don't agree with. But that hasn't normally been the case with the Gulls. They fight till the last out, and you're seeing that here with first and third and 1 out. They're not a team that will go down quietly.
1-1, just a bit low. Doyle now gets ahead. He had an RBI double back in the 5th. Hoping for similar heroics here in the final inning. Fastball waved on, 2-2. Brookside, the right-handed pitcher out of Indiana, taking his pleasant time against Northeastern's Jack Doyle. 2-2 delivery, and it's down the middle, strike 3. Doyle didn't go for it, and there's the second out. The Waves can feel it. They're 1 more out away.
And that just about kills almost all momentum that Newport have. You cannot go down looking on a pitch close to the zone, especially when you're trailing this much in that very short amount of time. But you have a good batter here to at least get something going again, and Nico Brini.
The crowd trying to stay into it, and there's a free base for Tyler Minnick to claim. McAndrews was never throwing a second there, with the threat of Williams coming in from third if that throw got away.
But they also know that that run doesn't really matter.
That is true. That pitch rides inside on Brini to make it 2-0. If he can get on base, it does go back to the top of Newport's order. The Gulls down to their final out.
If he gets on, it now finally brings up the chance to tie the game. So you got to get on as any way you can if you're Nico Brini, which he normally does not have a problem with.
And he's close to doing that because the count's now 3-0 to Nico Brini, known as the second leadoff man for Newport. And this time, I locates the strike zone. Brini had the red light all the way.
No need to risk swinging 3-0.
3-1 now, and he swings at that one. No contact made, and I has run the count full. He needs one more strike.
And a walk here would bring the tying run to the plate as well. And it would be Andrew Duncan, a leadoff man, if it does come to that.
A massive pitch, to say the least, from Brookside.
You got to think it's a fastball.
There it is. It's ball 4 outside, and the Gulls extend this game in dramatic fashion. The bases loaded, and the tying run, and Andrew Duncan stepping up to the plate with 2 outs.
Well, that's why I don't call pitches, because I was very wrong in that scenario.
Brini's at first, Minnick at second, and Williams at third for Newport. The breaking ball swung on and fouled back by Duncan, who has yet to record a hit tonight. He has reached base twice via walk.
And as much as a walk scores a run here, that's not what Duncan's looking for.
0-1, and there is a ball. A close pitch from I, and a good eye by Duncan. The 1-1 delivery. Taken for strike 2. And now Duncan's in a situation where he's forced to swing that bat.
And this is where even more of the fine line gets even thinner between discipline and aggressiveness.
The 1-2 pitch, and it drills him. Right on the backside, the Gulls score a run. Dixon Williams is walked home. And despite the Waves being down to their final strike, the game continues. It's now 8-5, and the winning run is stepping up to the plate in Nolan Stevens.
And again, that's just that, do it for the team. It's not pretty, but it's a run. And now limits it to 3. And a home run will walk this off. But if you're Nolan Stevens, you just got to think of putting it where nobody is.
Deficit down to 3 for the Gulls. Nolan Stevens, the 7th hitter of the inning. Now 3 hours, 45 minutes into the game. Up high, ball 1 taken.
And pitching coach Mason Feely is going to come out here. I think this is a really good spot to do it. Winning run at the plate. You only need one more. I mean, so many variables defensively end this game. A strikeout, a ground ball, a pop out, he could even piece one and send it out to center, and Molesky could get under it and put it away for the end of the game. They are so close to ending this losing streak.
There is an arm getting loose just in case for Ocean State. So something certainly to be keen on.
His height is the telltale sign there, despite his number being blocked off. That is Logan Beavis, the new Texas Tech commit.
So if Beavis is needed, he's getting loose to be ready just in case. And not to say I won't get out of it, but it's got to be a big gut punch being 1 strike away from ending the game and drilling Duncan on the back.
I think if one more run comes home, they're going to bring in Beavis.
I think this is the last batter, no matter what, which would make your point, a run going in.
The 1-0 to Stevens. Off speed and a strike.
But I can't imagine if another run comes across, they stay with the same pitcher.
A lot of time between pitches, understandably so, in a massive moment like this. Outside, ball 2. You can tell the Gulls hitters making I work for it with 2 outs.
That's something they've been good all year, is being disciplined and working the counts, as well as 2-out hitting. So it's kind of fitting that this situation is what it is.
There's a strike on the inside part of the zone. The crowd not so sure, and once again, I is 1 strike away from ending this ball game.
That was a beauty breaking ball, just clipped the bottom part of the zone. Now I think after that low speed pitch, you go back to the gas, try and blow it right by him for strike 3.
8-5 Ocean State. Bases loaded, 2 outs, 2-2. Swing and a miss. And Logan Beavis says good night. The Gulls leave the bases loaded. Ocean State takes this edition of the Pell Bridge Series 8-6 over the Newport Gulls. The away team has won all 5 games of the Pell Bridge Series this summer.
And thankfully for the Waves, now you can turn the page away from that losing streak. You can start anew. This team coming into this game only 3 spots out of a wild card position in the NECBL playoff race that's just about 2.5 weeks out from ending as the season winds down here in July. So if you're the Waves, you got to take this win with stride, go into tomorrow at a tough Mountaineers team and try and get the job done there as well.
And then on the flip side, John, the inconsistencies over the last couple of weeks continue for the Gulls. Martha's Vineyard and Mystic are two teams right on Newport's tail now. The Schooners now a game and a half back after recording a win today. In fact, both Mystic and Newport have 16 wins, but the Schooners have played two more games, I should say. At 16 and 13, the Gulls dropped to 16 and 11. Newport now 6-5 in its last 11 games. So for Newport, yes, you have the lead in the Coastal Division still, but it's been some turbulent times as of late in terms of some good ups, but some steps back as well on a night like this where you're going up against an Ocean State team that had lost 9 straight coming in.
Yeah, and part of it is probably that they looked at that and maybe, I don't want to say underestimated them a little bit. You knew the games were going to be close. Each game in this series has been close, but they were riding a high off of a 12-0 win yesterday morning, and maybe we're too much on that high entering today. And then again, inconsistencies with the bullpen is kind of what caused this defeat. Just really one inning for the Gulls got away from them, and that's really been the story in most of their losses.
So the Gulls will try to bounce back on Friday. That'll be a doubleheader here at Cardines Field against the North Adams Steeplecats. They do get to enjoy a much-needed off day tomorrow in this busy stretch that they're enduring with 14 games in 13 days. That puts a wrap on our broadcast today. Another long night here at Cardines, but an entertaining game, as is usually the case in this Pell Bridge series between the Gulls and the Waves. As always, a big thanks to PJ Moynihan, our executive producer of the NECBL on ESPN+, as well as our great producer here with the Gulls, Mike Basile, and everyone working hard behind the scenes to make this all possible. A big thanks to my great broadcasting partners in John Hawkins and Aiden Garvey. A pleasure as always, gentlemen. I'm Sam Reese saying so long from Cardines Field, where once again Ocean State takes down Newport 8-6. 8-5, I should say, the final score here at Cardines Field. All games airing on the ESPN networks are streaming live and archived on the ESPN app. Have a good night, everybody. This has been a presentation of ESPN. The Gulls fall to the Waves 8-5 here in another edition of the Pell Bridge series. I'm now joined after the game by Dixon Williams. Definitely a bright spot in this lineup despite the result. Dixon, for you on a personal note, I mean, you entered the day batting .420. That batting average has only gone up after a few more singles tonight. What's been working for you so well just over the course of the summer? Because you started out hot and have just continued to bat at an incredible clip.
Yeah, really just try not to do too much, and really when you put the ball in play, good things will happen, and luckily that's happened. I've squared some balls up, but just having tough at-bats for the team, trying to pass on the bat to the next guy.
Now, I know the focus in the grand scheme of things is how the team does, but you yesterday officially recorded enough plate appearances where you're eligible for the league lead in batting average. So you're officially at the top of that leaderboard. Is that something you kind of been focusing on, being at the top of that leaderboard in batting average?
No, average is a tricky thing. Obviously, as baseball players, we like to look at it, but
sure.
Really I like to look at, we call it quality at bats, but just if I'm hitting the ball hard, if I'm, getting walked on base, but more so quality at bats, not really the average. That'll come with quality at bats.
Right, and overall, as a whole for this offense, it's been an offense that's played very well throughout the summer, but, game 2 of that doubleheader against Valley, bats went a little bit quiet overall. Not your bat again tonight, but the rest of the offense a little bit, slow tonight. So do you think the off day tomorrow will benefit you guys to reset for that doubleheader, especially considering it's a busy stretch of 14 games in 13 days for you guys?
Yeah, I think definitely we'll take advantage of it, and guys need it because people don't realize how much 6 games is in a week and only one off day, but it's something we got to get used to, and moving down the stretch, hopefully we can do a better job at it.
Absolutely. Summer ball is certainly a grind for everyone. We appreciate the time, Dixon.
Thank you.
As always, enjoy your off day tomorrow. The Gulls return back to action on Friday here at Cardines. It'll be a doubleheader against the North Adams Steeplecats. First pitch of Game 1 slated for 3.